Hello, hello, hello. Cody is already laughing, and that is a good sign. Welcome to the 3-episode test, 3-ep test, if you want to shorthand it. This is about to be a vibe, party people. We have a wonderful new anime podcast for you guys tonight. Let's go around and introduce the host. I myself am, of course, Straw Hat Lucas, joined by the lovely long-haired maiden, Jacoby DJ, captain of the Drop Squad Pirates. Right next to him, another gorgeous long-maned maiden, SSJ Cody, the supreme sorcerer of the anime and manga sphere. And of course, my brother, one of my best friends, someone who I would kiss goodnight every night, Mr. Vexus, the lurking legend.
The legend himself.
What's good?
Knack, why are you here? We love you, Knack. Chat is already popping off, guys. So, tonight, we're here to talk about our top 5 animes, right?
Hell yeah.
But first,
Bro, I'm here to yap.
Yeah, I would say we are here to yap. But first, I have a little bit of an icebreaker game for you guys. This is called Gimme, 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 as in ABBA's Gimme, Gimme, Gimme a Man After Midnight. Now, I'm gonna want some impressions from you guys. Who wants to go first?
I think Vex should, since he was last.
I think so too. Yeah, since he came late to the call, Vex gets to go first. Vex, I want you to give me Tony Chopper if he was voice acted by Sylvester Stallone begging Dr. Hiraluk to make him a doctor.
Yo, here, look. I don't know. I can't. That's like
you got this. You got this. It was so
he's
good.
He's like running up. No, you got a picture. He's like running upstairs, like, and then down them, and then up them again. And he's like, yo, here, look. Make me a doctor. Like, I don't know. That's as good as I got.
Oh, yo, here, look. Put me in, doctor. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Cody, I'm gonna ask you, give me Bentley from Sly Cooper describing Sukuna's power, but continuously being distracted by how beautiful Gojo is.
No, Sly, you gotta pay attention because back in chapter 224, when Gojo was giving Sukuna Backshots, he was actually able to use reverse curse technique to counteract the shots that Gojo uses his mighty arms. And like, it's not really a big deal, but I'm really thinking that when Gojo, what was I talking about again?
Somebody stop him.
All right, guys, and that's the scream.
That's the stream.
GG's.
Last little bit of icebreaker. We have to get Jacoby going too.
Oh god.
Jacoby, give me Might Guy giving Rock Lee the talk on the night of his wedding. Remember, be YouTube friendly.
Yeah. Young Lee, come over here, my boy. Talk to me just for a moment. I know you've got that fire burning within you, that Konoha Senpu, some might say, but young Lee, you must be careful with what you must do tonight. You must look out for this young maiden. You cannot treat her like you would treat Gara in the tuning exams. No, Lee. I've told you to go crazy your entire life, but in this one moment, young Lee, if you listen to me once, you must listen to me now, my boy. Go easy, girl.
Oh my god, I thought he was gonna tell her to like open the secret 9th gate.
If you open the 8th gate on the night of your wedding, I swear to you, that marriage will not last. You can't give her the 9th gate just yet.
Wild.
I do, okay. Just to get some topic flowing, I do have a hypothetical I want your opinion on. I have to give a shout out to Dastard in the chat. He posed this question to me. And just as a final little icebreaker, get things going. Guys, would you rather, if you were cursed by a witch, would you rather have Jar Jar Binks' body or Jar Jar Binks' voice?
Voice, for sure.
Boy.
Why? No,
Yeah.
the body!
You can, no,
Boys.
You can make the voice work. Like
I could just not talk ever.
No, dude, no. You can make the body
What's
work.
Misa? Misa thinks you're 10
Listen,
you
if I have the-
Google Gaga.
If I have
Yes,
the
you gotta
body
own it.
and I'm cursed, I can be like, no, I just got cursed by a witch. But if I have the voice, I'm like, Mr. Cursed. Like,
Okay, but, like,
Dog,
also-
you live in America. If you had the body, they'd hunt you down. You'd be,
No,
you'd be
but
dead.
The thing is, hold on. He's also a married man. Like, so he's not thinking about the same way that we are. Come on, guys. Like, he's locked up. Like, he's scared.
maybe love you
I did
better
not
love
fight.
aliens because I'm a gunman now.
Oh my God.
Yeah, nah, voice all day long. We're either using a voice changer on the internet, or you guys are getting the most insane One Piece takes and the worst voice humanly imaginable.
Dude,
Maybe
can
I'll
you
go-
get so
like,
many
I will say that.
samples?
Blastobian's gonna take over Pirates Island.
Wild.
Misa thinks Luffy's gonna die.
Yeah,
Misa and Yusa Chikosa bang up a stairs.
Oh, first F-bomb. Oh,
Wild.
that's so good. Ugh. Guys, the stream's not even 10 minutes in and I'm already dying.
I know, dude. I know. I can't even breathe.
You wanted to open up with this.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did. It was
this
worth
is
it.
your fault.
This is my fault.
Oh man.
Do you guys think Star Wars would work as an anime?
Yeah.
No.
Have you never seen Clone Wars?
Yeah.
I have. That's not an anime. That's,
Literally,
that's
literally.
CGI animation. That's different. Well, the Gendy Tartakovsky one's kind of like it's got that angular style that early anime had.
I mean, like Studio Orange has done plenty of like CGI stuff at this point, right? Like it's entered into the anime culture. Like it's fine.
What a weird icebreaker. You should have seen the ones I didn't say on stream.
Oh my gosh, yeah. We had other options, believe it or not.
Subscribe for more.
Yeah,
They're gonna
subscribe
just
for
keep
more,
getting
yeah.
weirder.
Hit the likes, subscribe, lock in.
Ugh. Goodness. So, killer anime season coming up, boys.
Dude.
You said it.
Man, Killer Anime season just ended.
For real. Like I've been binging. I spent all week just binging just to kind of like prepare for this because I've been talking about stuff for a while now, and then I realized, oh shit, I haven't seen that. Wait, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that. So I've been kind of in the trenches this past like day and a half.
That's like,
Dude, with the amount of
must watch.
anime we have right now, it's tough to keep up. Like, it really is like that. Like, on my last one, I tend to make a video for each season, kind of breaking down ones I'm excited for. And, like, trying to make the one for this one was, like, ridiculous, just narrowing down what I think I should even be talking about. Like, it's nuts.
I'm also not a week to week kind of enjoyer. I prefer to like binge things if I can. And so like you'll mostly catch me hype about stuff near the end of a season, but this next season I think it's too irresistible. Like I'm gonna have
There's
to be doing it week to week.
There's so many juicy morsels coming out. It's the only way to say it.
I don't
There's
know why you gotta-
there's actually
No,
many
I
ways I
don't
could
know
have
why you
said
gotta
that.
say it like that. But
I don't see any other ways
no,
either.
Yeah, see,
I've just been
Jay's on my side.
procrastinating. Normally, it's like it's not too hard to keep up with anime usually. But lately, really the only one I've been keeping up with is One Piece because I mean I'd be talking about One Piece all over the place. But no, it's been really great these past couple of days checking out a lot of what's popping right now that I've just been kind of waiting on and giving it like the classic 3-episode test, like, oh, he said it.
He said
the
it.
thing.
He said it. Iconic
But,
moment. This will be trivia in like 100 episodes.
yeah. So write that down.
Write that down.
But
So write that down.
Timestamp it. Chat, clip that.
Clip that, chat. Clip it.
Jarvis, clip that.
Yo, JJ in the chat. What's up, brother? That's my twin right
What's
there.
good?
Hey, my
So,
twin.
what have you guys been watching from this season? Because I'm keeping up with Fire Force and Vigilantes. Vigilantes just ended, and Fire Force just had a phenomenal ending. I think it was like,
Oh,
Yeah. Part 1 was the whole part has just been so crazy. I've also been keeping up with Fire Force right there with you. I'm actually still gonna check out Vigilantes, but I checked out I've been binging through 2B Hero X, and I'm not gonna lie, that shit is gas. That is,
Dude,
it
2B
is
Hero X is so
crazy.
underrated, bro.
Yeah, like, well, I've heard people hyping it, and I was like, okay, sure. And when I was like, just into the first episode, the premise and setting, I was like, okay, cool, I could kind of vibe with this, but the like, I don't know, like the graphics, because it's not it's more like 3D animation with certain scenes and certain like stories, because it switches its aesthetic up a lot. It can go from like heavily cell shaded like comic book hero, or even like Sly Cooper, you know, to shout to that. Like it could be like Beautiful Joe-esque, and
I
then
love
it
Beautiful
switches. Yeah, and then it switches, and sometimes it's a little off-putting, because sometimes it'll look like Reboot from like the 90s. But and it has like weird like the smoke clouds and like steam and stuff like that. Looks like it's like I don't know, out of like Who Framed Roger Rabbit or something, because it's like they'll clash aesthetics in the same like scene. And it's like at first it was a little jarring and off-putting to me. Dude, I'm fully on board now. I'm like 10-ish episodes in, and it's the story is so good. I am normally somebody who watches a lot of long-running stuff like One Piece and Doctor Who and whatnot, but this is something more episodic. So it'll spend like 5 episodes here with this character, and then in the same universe, in the same world, it'll show like another 3 episodes following this character and their story. And I love the shared universe stuff, and it's just been really, really, really well executed, well written all around, I think.
Dude, I couldn't agree with you anymore on everything you just said. Like, the art style is so like unique. It literally has its own style. Like, we don't see style being shown to this degree very often. Like, every anime of course has its own like art style, but this is like a whole new way of showing like moving art. And like you said, it switches constantly. It refuses to stay one style for more than like 2 scenes. And like, you'll have a fight scene,
even the CG.
Yeah, exactly. Like it'll go from CG to like fully painted, to then like having a crazy like fluid fight scene with impact frames, like a One Piece episode. Like, it really goes absolutely everywhere. And then drops down to some really, really weird and questionable animation every once in a while. But like, and
sometimes it looks like a PlayStation 3 game. Sometimes it looks like Persona 5, and then sometimes it looks like, I don't know, like a really, really well done like I don't know, like,
We're Heroes.
I want to say like the well, no, like the comic book Spider-Man style stuff. Like, it's like it actually looks really, really solid in certain instances, and then it's like it does jump around a lot, and so the aesthetic it grew on me. But it was like my first, like, I don't know, but I gave it the classic 3 episodes, and I'm really glad that I did, because the story had me completely hooked. And the 4th episode is one of the it was my favorite up until I got into the little current story that I'm in right now, which is like really heavily music themed, and I'm a sucker for music. And the sound design is on par with things like we always praise Studio David for like JoJo's and Fire Force having crazy good sound design on average. I know there's been a couple notes about this most recent season with Fire Force, but in general they do really well. This is like on par, if not like slightly above that in certain scenes. Absolutely. Like, they go all in on these boss battles. It's crazy.
This anime is actually standing up, at least production level wise, with the highest of tier anime right now. Like, and it's so wild to me that I guess maybe because it is dealing with so many separate stories as opposed to being one very long drawn out story, like maybe that makes a difference. But like, whatever it is they're doing, like it's got the budget. I'm gonna say this now, and I'm very convinced on it. I think the Chinese market is about to start dominating animation in such a massive way, the way manhwa came in against manga and really started dominating like in the last couple years. Chinese animation is next up, because we have 2B Hero X, which is Chinese animation right now. We had that Super Cube anime that went super like viral on TikTok, at least. Unfortunately, it was just hard for us to find here, but the animation, again, through the roof. I believe the new anime Lord of Mysteries is another Chinese anime coming in that is about to be absolutely insane. I think I have yet to get a chance to watch that first episode that came out.
Yeah, I'm pretty hyped for it.
The trailer is unreal. The hype is very, very real in the comment section, at least. So I think we're about to see a lot know really good content coming out of China.
Yeah. Real quick,
I have a question.
Lucas, let me just one last thing about it. I know Aniplex was partly animating it, but I don't know how it's all divided up because it's also listed that it was done by studio Billy. I didn't do like a full homework, like research, like deep dive on them or anything, but keep an eye on that.
Yeah,
keep an eye on them for sure.
I think they've done Link Click as well, which is another one that I'm actively watching. Like that's another Chinese like animation thing. So, and that's interesting that you say that, Vex. That might be fake news. I'm gonna have to look that one up, but that production company might really be onto something right now.
Yeah. I had a question for Cody though. You said that Vigilantes had just finished. Is it really that you said it? I think in chat earlier that you think it's better than My Hero.
Yeah.
Clears it?
I think it absolutely. I think that the condensed amount of cast versus like the bloated like class 1A that we deal with through My Hero Academia, for what we got with what felt like a very short season. I'm not sure how I'm feeling about this new standard of 13 episodes per season.
Yeah,
but what they were able to achieve and what they were able to achieve bringing over to me, like convincing me of how real these characters feel in 13 episodes is something that took me almost like 3 seasons to warm up to in My Hero Academia for all of class 1A. Like it's peak. I really freaking enjoyed it. I was week to week with it since episode 3 because me and my homie Trodical were watching it every night in the Discord. Every Monday night we were shout out Trodical. But yeah, we were watching it every Monday. He would message me and be like, "It's all right, Day. It's all right, Day." And I was like, "Oh yeah, that theme song is pretty catchy."
I was super nervous to get into it because I'm gonna be real. I dropped My Hero in the 6th season. Get at me in the comments if you want. Like I just like
that's wild.
I wasn't hooking me as much. Like I liked the villain arc, and then it got, I don't know. I won't get too specific, but I've heard really great things about Vigilantes though, and I want to give the final season of MHA a shot whenever it is airing in like another year or so. We'll talk about that later, but I'm definitely gonna give Vigilantes a shot.
I think it's worth it too. I'm actively watching it, and it really is. I mean, like Cody's saying, like the condensed version of the cast, I think makes a huge difference. And I think it's important though, coming from My Hero Academia to watch Vigilantes. I don't know if it would hit as hard if you didn't already watch My Hero, because part of the magic in Vigilantes, in my opinion, is knowing enough about the world to understand a lot of like the generalities of it, and then getting to see this separate angle that you never get to see from the student's perspective.
Like I said, I really enjoy a shared universe type of vibe. So if it's done right, I see what you're saying there, Jacoby. Go ahead, Lucas. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say I was weekly with My Hero for 7 years. You know what I mean? Like reading the manga. Yeah. So I really grew to love the cast. But I do have to agree with what Cody said. It feels bloated at times. Like with the characters, like I feel like this character would be really interesting to see in this arc, and then you don't get to see them at all because there's just so many others that need more attention. So I get that. So I think I would enjoy a smaller cast. I really need to give Vigilantes a shot. I remember when the manga was coming out, I read the first like 4 or 5 chapters and really enjoyed it. But then I just kind of put it down and was like, I'm gonna let chapters build up, and never went back to it, which so many of us do. So many of us do.
It's a slippery slope, especially when you're like a binge watcher or reader instead of like a week to week kind of. You could just walk away, and then all of a sudden there's 200 chapters or like 2 whole seasons, and you're like, oh, how'd that happen?
Right? I can't believe Kush Daddy was first in chat again. That's wild.
Dude, Kush Daddy always being first goes nuts.
Yeah, it's a devil fruit power. I'm telling you.
He's the first one to talk in my Discord, dude.
You were mentioning like a proper utilization of characters, and like in shonen having like what MHA, kind of categorically a lot of people do say is an issue, is having a lot of a cast. Even the side characters outside of 1A, there's like a whole nother backup class. And like,
but I think that we should kind of think about sometimes.
Yeah, I think,
and then the other schools as well.
A shonen this season that did it really like exquisitely, I would say, is Fire Force. I won't get any specific because Lucas is still in season 1.
I am,
but man, was this part was so much setup for so much hype, and it was really gas. I liked a lot of the action bits that we got, and the lore is crazy, but I like that every character two of my favorite characters who are real just bromancy. We get the vibe like hard in this part, and I love it. I think that they really did utilize all of the side characters extremely well over the past like season and a half for sure.
No, I fully agree, man. Fire Force came back like with a vengeance, in my opinion. I haven't read it, so I know you kind of went into the season kind of already knowing. Everybody's memeing in the chat, and I'm gonna just talk over y'all for a second about
sorry.
It
got me, dude. I know who he's talking about now.
Nah, Cody, hold it together. I love you. I believe in you.
No.
Got you, brother.
But yeah, no, Fire Force went crazy. It just went crazy. I think it's overhated. People need to lock into it. It's so much fun for shonen, for big action crazy shonen. I think Fire Force just is doing it right now. The wait between the seasons hurt, and it definitely hurt the momentum for Fire Force. And not having the same sound designer that we had for season 1 and season 2 has made a difference. But dude, none of that is like with the lore drops and like the still like consistent quality we at least have. It's not like it got bad. It just wasn't the 10 out of 10. Now it's like an 8 out of 10 as far as audio design or whatever.
When you
know
look
what I'm saying?
When you look at the episodes, like it's in so many episodes, they covered like 3 arcs like very quickly. I think that pacing wise, it does so much right, because like the amount of setup that was just done, and like honestly, I won't say anything, no spoilers or anything if you're anime only, like some of our friends here, but like the amount of material left to cover, it is still, it's vast, it's enormous. I do not think this is going to be a 12 episode part, what we're about to be getting for part 2. I'm pretty sure it has to be a full season. You know what I mean?
I hear you on that, because even for me, not having read the manga, just with how many questions I still have and how much it feels like we need to go over and accomplish, and like, again, without spoilers, but just where it left off, I'm like, how the heck are we doing this in 12 more episodes? Like, I genuinely agree. I feel like we need another 24 episodes at the place that it left off. So I hope they do that right however it lands, because this is such a good story. It doesn't need to be fumbled at the very end.
Yeah, I think they'll do. I honestly think that they would be so unwise to, especially with the way that the Soul Eater anime adaptation went like decades ago. Like, they need to nail the ending.
You don't have to say decades ago like that, brother. You really don't. You don't have to hurt us all like that. Also, Mel, please do not get Vex started on that. Before I started watching Fire Force, he gave me a whole speech about that. Like, he's like, listen, there's fan service, but this.
Listen,
I was like, okay.
If you wanna hear me, as well as the goat here in the call, Cody, yap about it, there is a 5-hour video where we cover the full series on his platform. I won't spend too much more time on it here, but the hype is palpable. I'm extremely happy with what we've gotten in part 1 of season 3. I cannot wait to see how they handle part 2.
Agreed.
I'm looking at the list of anime that are for like the upcoming season, and holy sheesh, boys.
There's like a few that are still wrapping up and ongoing right now that I'd like to mention briefly, and I won't spend too much time if you guys haven't checked them out. Just a quick like rundown recommendation. Again, no spoilers for any of these series, but is anybody? Jacoby, I know you're working your way through. I think you're working your way through Apothecary Diaries, right?
I am. I'm actively doing that on Wednesdays right now with the community.
How many episodes in are you? Because this is so good, dude. Where we left off is crazy.
I'm at least I'm around. So I'm still season 1. I'm early. Like, I just.
Oh, okay.
So I'm around like episode 15 or 16 right now, I think, is where I left off. So not super deep, but God, is this peak. I am.
I love this setting. It's like, it's always interesting getting and like you were mentioning before with like Chinese culture, the setting is adjacent or equivalent to Imperial China in a rear palace, where they're like a lot of like court ladies and ladies in waiting for concubines, and like that's kind of the basic setting. It actually doesn't specify if it actually is like our exact world, like actual China, but it's an equivalent. So there's a lot of really, really cool things they do with the really like the beautiful watercolor like landscapes and designs of places and things. The sound design is extremely intuitive to that culture as well. And I like the mystery. The mystery aspect is like it's so well handled, and it's like I love that kind of like Agatha Christie, Sherlock Holmes, kind of like whodunit, piecing it all together kind of vibe, and they do it really, really, really well. I love Mao Mao as a character, and there's so much about that show that is extremely done well. Season 2 starts a little slower, and especially from where 1 leaves off, I won't get specific, but season 2 has picked up and is in full effect, and I am like on the edge of my seat. You know what I mean? It's really good.
I had no idea it was going to be a mystery. Like going into it, a lot of my community had watched it. My girl had watched it. Like everybody was talking highly of it. It was another one of those anime that like not one person hated on that actually watched it. So I was like, there's obviously something here, right? But I knew the lightest version of the premise of this anime, and then like going into it, I was like, oh wait a minute, like this is all going to be like, you know, murder mystery kind of stuff, like, or at least that's always going to be like kind of the vibe. And I like, to your point, I love that to death. That is so much fun. And then on top of it, the environments are just immaculate. The animation is way better than it should be for what it is, without like actually saying that, because I'm so happy it's that good. It's just it's crisp. I love it.
Well, it's such a departure from like, I mean, I've been watching enough anime throughout the years at this point, decades even. I'll say it so it hits hard for Lucas, but
you don't have to.
It hurts me too.
The culture, well, like the
it
Japanese
hurts him.
culture,
It's friendly
like,
fire.
there's things that we take for granted about our knowledge of Japanese culture just through taking in of this media, even older like feudal Japan type settings and whatnot. Like some of that stuff just clicks with me because of the experience I've had with it. It's so different watching something that's predominantly based in Chinese culture or their world equivalent of it, and they work in the relevancy of these things historically and culturally into the actual unfurling of the mystery and the grand story. And there's many mysteries and then larger mysteries, and it's like, so you get like this kind of monster of a week like itch scratched with some of the smaller things, and then there's like this overarching thing, so you get the long running itch scratch as well. It's like I think it's just really meticulously crafted, and Mao Mao as a character, as well as the story that she goes through, it honestly feels like Batman meets Frieren, like as far as characters go. And
that is the wildest statement.
She's so cool.
That is the wildest statement I've ever heard in my life.
It's actually accurate though. That's the wild thing about
it. Legitimately is. Like I would feel weird saying it if it weren't so true. So I highly recommend everybody check out Apothecary Diaries if you haven't. It's freaking gas. The last episode of season 2 has yet to drop, but that's like where they're at right now. I believe it was delayed a week. I think I saw something about that, but I'm pretty much caught up with season 2. I might actually even pick up reading it because it's just really, really good.
Apparently, we have some unfortunate bits with Apothecary Diary because the anime is almost fully caught up to, I guess, the manga / the light novel content that they have. Shout out my homie Mel for letting us know. Laid Back Devil in the chat right now. She put me onto this, unfortunately, but yeah, apparently they are running incredibly close to the source material. So this whole season 2 to season 3 might be a rough time for us.
Oof.
Fair warning.
I'm a
Berserk fan. I don't mind.
Fine. Yeah. I read Hunter. Like, oh my god. But yeah, I think Apothecary Diaries, I really think it deserved a little bit of a shout out. I did a 3-episode test on Witch Watch, and it's extremely charming. It's very cute. It's funny. I'm not a big slice of life guy, but I've enjoyed it so far. I'm gonna continue to watch it, but I'm gonna watch some of these other titles first probably, but it's definitely on like my I need to watch more of list. I liked it from what I got from it. It's really cutesy. It's about like 2 childhood friends. One like goes off to study to become a witch, and one was born with like these ogre powers, and it's just kind of contemporary. Other than that, it just feels like modern day Japan. And I still don't understand fully after 3 episodes how strange a witch and an ogre are compared to normal people, but there's like other people as well, like bird, like a tengu and stuff like. And so it's like there's like this myth-based power system, I guess, but it's not like a shonen or anything. It's just slice of life. So it's just like, how goofy can we get with this premise? And it's really funny. I've actually been enjoying it. It's a breath of fresh air because a lot of what I've been watching has been like really hype or really fast paced or really heavy and stuff like. And this is just, it's goofy, it's fun, it's good, it's a good time.
Nice.
Yeah. Shout out Pat.
And then the last thing I have to get in depth on is the
look at it.
The beginning up to the end has been extremely enjoyable, and I think it's done. I don't know. I'm not all the way caught up with it. I'm like on episode 10 or 11. But
what is that about?
So it's I believe it's based off of a manhwa, and it's like this guy exists in a zero magic, just very high tech society where there's like airships and stuff like that, and he is like basically the king, and he's this very cruel ruler, and then for some reason or another, I don't know, he is reborn as a little tiny baby and remembers like shitting himself in diapers and stuff like that, and has to grow up in this new world where instead of technology there's magic. And so it's like the way that I kind of see it is, as far as the quality of the animation and sound and everything and the world building, I actually don't put it quite on like Mushoku Tensei level, but it has an actually decent main character that I don't have to try to sell people on. So I say that character wise, like this guy who's dubbed Arthur, I think that he's more likable than Rudius. And but I do compare it. I compare it to Mushoku Tensei in a lot of means because of the way that the story is told, and I think that it comes close in certain aspects, but it's been very enjoyable. There's like an elf kingdom and like a dwarf kingdom and a human kingdom, and so we see like how the magic system works, and it's pretty interesting. I've enjoyed it a lot, and it's already got confirmed for a season 2, so I do believe season 1 is finished currently, but it's a good watch. I like it.
I was impressed it got confirmed as fast as it did. It had a rocky start, according to the internet, at least. The animation is not as good as it probably should have been for the popularity of the manhwa.
Yeah.
But I do like think, with all of this being said, the manhwa is super worth checking out. Like, go watch the anime, go watch the first season if you like the story. I would say it's probably a good look to go check out the manhwa. The animation was like, it was good enough, but like it kind of.
I think the action sequences were fine. But then there were like a lot of like more chiller shots and scenes where they didn't do much. And so, I mean, I think it's easy. It's easy to complain about that. But like, if you put the whole budget in the action sequences, as long as the action still looks pretty solid, which I think it does, it's a good watch. I think.
I would still recommend it. I do think it's a good watch. And your comparison to Mushoku Tensei is actually pretty solid as far as like the setup is concerned. Main characters significantly more likable, but I am not a Mushoku Tensei lover in any capacity. But that being said, like,
he loves it, specifically the main character.
But I will. As long as, I just can't do Rudius, bro. I can't have that be my main character of a show. Ugh.
Well, that's the thing, is they front load the development of, because this main character, he's not a great guy at first either. I mean, he's a baby, but like he very quickly. Yeah, exactly. In a few episodes time, you do get to see this revelation where he, because he, for all intents and purposes, was like a cold, calculated killing machine, like a monster. But that's preferable still to what Rudius was. But he does get to this moment, and I think it's extremely, really well done, and they do it very quickly, I feel like, into the actual story. Where he starts to get in touch with like a humanity, for lack of a better term, or like mortality even. And I think that it's not my top from this season, and I'm very interested to see how season 2 will play out, because I'm probably not going to read it, but I am enjoying it for sure, to say the least.
So to get to the next anime on the list of upcoming shows we wanted to talk about tonight, will someone please, I've been recommended this series so many times, no one has ever once been able to tell me what the plot is. What the hell is My Dress Up Darling about?
Ooh.
Somebody
gladly tell you about it. It's about a guy making cosplays for like the pretty girl in school. I love My Dress Up Darling.
it starts out with about this guy who made dresses for little tiny dolls because his grandpa was really into that, and he passed the trade down to him, and then he finds this cosplay chick, and he kind of like in their like friendship relationship breakdown, he is like, oh, she's like a giant doll that I can make clothes for, and he's really socially awkward. And she's like super bubbly and like out there, and it's just a really interesting slice of life. I think it's extremely emotionally intelligent and really funny. There are unnecessary bits of fan service though, so if you're not into that,
yeah,
it's a little heavy in certain parts where I really don't think it needs to be, but it's really good. The sound is crazy. There's one song from season 1 soundtrack I play every week. It's so funky. It's really good.
Dude, yeah, it was a sleeper for me. I didn't think I was going to like it at all. One random night, I put it on actually for the lulls. I'm like, man, who's going to watch an anime called My Dress Up Darling? I'm like, oh my God, I love this.
It's really good.
Wait.
Lucas, I know you. I know you. I've known you for like years now at this point. Almost decades. No, I'm kidding. But you'll cry.
Comedy comes in threes. I'll cry.
Yeah. You will cry. Yes.
Don't tempt me. You know I love a good cry. Like
it's not like that deep, but there's like a lot of like really cool emotional revelation. It like at parts it feels like therapy. Like it's really good. I like it.
Guys, I'm gonna need more cat emojis in the chat for Pat, okay? I only see 2 so far. One of them's me.
We need to do better.
Look at the scrunching love. Look at how much he is loving the scrunches right now.
I think
I'm in love with his cat.
To speak a little more on My Dress Up Darling, I also think the quality of the dub was phenomenal. Like it's one of the honestly, since 2020, like with the lockdown and everything, and a lot of voice actors had to learn how to do it from home and had their own setups and put in their own computers and things like that. There's been a whole revelation of dubbing, and I think this is up there with like Kaguya-sama Love is War. I think this is like top 5 recent dubs. It's just really extremely well done, like perfectly, I would say.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, that's interesting. There's been a lot of good dubs lately, like a lot of good dubs.
Absolutely.
They lifted the whole like floor. Like it's
I saw a video
so good or above now
of Steve Bloom the other day, legendary voice actor, the goat. You know what I mean? And he was talking like back in the day, you know, they were hated. Every time they go to cons and stuff like that, people would be like, "You're ruining the art form" and everything. And now he said it's completely different. They are so loved and revered and seen as pioneers and like people's childhood and stuff like that.
It's like trending across different platforms and things like that, where people will show up and just like ask or give gifts even to voice actors at cons and stuff like that. And it's so heartwarming seeing that movement, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, son, I did a dab. It was actually me doing a cough. Like I was coughing. But I will dab for you. Just I got you. Not a problem. Yeah. No, it's really cool because, you know, I did a whole video on the One Piece dub, and I like to see the respect because there is a lot of unnecessary hate for it. Maybe a topic for another episode, but I do see a lot of unnecessary hate for the dub. So it's cool to see, even with the newer anime, every year it's like they're getting better and better with it. Yeah, just a dab for the dub. I agree, Cody.
I need you to yap a bit for me, Lucas, if you would. I know Jacoby's also really hype about it, but like, tell me. And I've heard a breakdown before, but all I know is all I know is trash. What is Gachiakuta about? Like,
I am the trash man. Oh God, Gachiakuta is one of my favorite weekly reads right now. I've been current since right before chapter 100. There's about 130 chapters right now, and it's about this boy named Rudo. Comes from a place known as the Surface, or gets thrown into a place called the Surface. This is all in the trailer, so no spoilers. You know, this is what they've released to the public info. But thrown to a place called the Surface from a place called like the Sphere. And it's like a social divide. So like, I don't know, man. It's so hard to explain. One of the best power systems I've ever seen. All around trash. A lot of
all around trash.
It is. It's all. I'm trying to think of like what I see.
Trash.
Okay, do you guys want me to explain just a little bit about the power system?
Trash.
Yeah,
No, I'm
it's all
kidding.
trash. So
Yeah.
the power system is like, you know how you have an item when you're a kid, like a blanket or a pacifier or something like that. You love that item, right? Maybe it's a teddy bear or a blanket or a rabbit or something like that. Giving that life as a companion that has been cared for through that love is basically the power system. So people are walking around with like umbrellas as weapons, Phaeton style. You know, canes. One dude uses a plunger. Like it's insane.
Sick.
Yeah. The power system was the aspect that pulled me in, if I'm being honest. The world building throughout the series, the character growth, all the characters are trash. You'll understand that once you see the series. But Gachiakuta, that is my most hyped series besides Dandadan coming back.
Hell yeah.
But yes, chat, if you have not yet, lock in on Gachiakuta.
Lock in on it for real.
Lock in.
It's going to be the one. I also agree. Calling it right now on this day, the 1st of the 7th month of the 2025th year. But Gachiakuta is going to be the one for this season. I really think it is. It's the new anime that everyone's going to be talking about in about 3 weeks.
You think it'll be like anime of the year contender?
I think it'll be talked about. And I think it will. I hope that it deserves to be. It is the way I want to put this. I think story wise and art style wise, it has that potential. And I can only hope. The only thing is, this year is so crazy for anime.
Yeah,
we are. I mean, like we already. I mean, like Solo Leveling season 2, love it or hate it, that went insane. It went absolutely insane.
Hard. It did go crazy hard.
We're about to get Dandadan back. We're about to get Kaiju back. We have 2B Hero X actively happening. We just had Fire Force happen. Like Gachiakuta on top of all of this. Like, dude, it's nuts.
No, I will say this.
To speak about Dandadan very briefly, and we can get into that a little bit more, but just very quickly, like if Dandadan can keep up the quality of season 1 all throughout this next season, that's gonna be gas, and that's a lot of people are gonna try and hype it to anime of the year, obviously, but because the same thing happened last year. But I feel like if that's the new like industry standard, like the quota to be hit with pilot seasons for these like bigger IPs, and like Gachiakuta's I've heard a lot of people talk about it. It's not like Shonen, like Weekly Shonen Jump, right? It's like a different magazine, but I still think it's extremely popular.
Monthly Shonen or something like that.
Yeah, if they hit to the same quality as like the heavy hitters from last year, which I feel like the bar has been raised, especially seeing this most recent season. I think it's gonna be like this is gonna be huge. It's gonna be like I've heard people saying it's like the next Black Clover, or it's the next My Hero type of like that, the next Demon Slayer, like that big of a vibe. You know what I mean?
That's what I've been saying for months now with the homie Joshua Victor, one of the players in the D&D on this channel here. He's the one that put me on it, and like I theorize on the level that I theorize on One Piece, which me and Vex are on a whole channel doing that. You know what I mean? Like on Gachiakuta. Like that is how well done this story is. And I correctly predicted where the season of Dandadan was going to end from reading the manga. And I think that I figured out where Gachi is going to go in this season. And I'm telling y'all, I really do think this will be at least nominated for Anime of the Year. The twist in Gachiakuta, I've never screamed as loud as I have than reading this. Cody, I know you know that feeling. I know you've read a manga chapter and fucking just let out a guttural scream. Like, I've done it twice while reading Gachiakuta. Twice. Coffee boy tonight.
Is anybody still on Chill Hero? Like, that's got a 4th season, which is crazy to me.
I got a lot.
I didn't even get 3 episodes in.
Like hyping it up, dude. I loved season 1. I thought season 1 was amazing, and season 2 was just not at all amazing. And then, or maybe it was towards the end of season 2. But either way, the fall off for me was impressively hard. I went back to it twice to really try, and I'm like, oh my god, I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, I could not get into season 2. I thought season 1 did a lot right for like the isekai trope and like for like the overpowered main character kind of vibe. When it wasn't so saturated, especially, there were a few things where I was like, okay, sure. I could not give a shit about season 2, or like I didn't even remember there was a 3, and now there's apparently a 4. So that's crazy.
That was the thing. Like 3.
Tell
I
me
think
if I'm
Everyone
wrong.
forgot about Shield
like,
Hero.
Is anyone watching this? Like,
Yeah. Tell me in the chat, leave a comment if you're watching this in the future. If I'm wrong, if I need to watch that, maybe I should, but I dropped it a while ago. That's crazy.
Cody
or
calling
TikTok and YouTube comments, we should, but I don't know if I believe them. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Dude, Cody calling
I
the
haven't
Golden
even-
Age Part 2 Electric Boogaloo with what happens in it is just fucking wild.
Crazy. But yeah,
Oh,
Sakamoto Days is coming back.
Excuse me,
and
I'm so sorry.
A lot of people are really hype about that as well. I have heard that it's a phenomenal read, but I'll say from the vibes that I got in season 1, it's like it's okay. I'm not like crazy hype about it. I'm gonna watch it, obviously.
Yeah.
But we got any like crazy Sakamoto Days hype coming up or what?
I'm excited for it. I wouldn't call it hype, but I will be watching it. I really enjoyed season 1, and I had hype for season 1. The manga's fantastic. I think, like you said, it's probably overall a better read, but I don't think this is a bad adaptation at all. I think it's gotten a bad rap. The simple thing is like the comparison game. What are you expecting it to be? You know, like are you wanting it to be some insane level thing? Because honest to God, it's just a slice of life that happens to be like a Hitman story. Is kind of the way I look at it, and I just think Sakamoto Days is a fun watch. I think if you want something casual and fun to go watch, go do it.
It's that issue I brought up earlier with Vigilantes, where it seems more anime studios are content giving us 13 episode seasons versus giving us what all of us I think have grown up with watching anime, getting a 26 episode normal season of anime.
Absolutely.
I feel like where they left off with Sakamoto Days was really building up and filling out the cast, which I mean, pacing was pretty on point. A lot of the action scenes were freaking goated, but from what's coming later in the manga, I'm pretty excited. I'm only looking more and more forward.
See,
to
that's how I felt about, just to go back to Dandadan real quick. Like that's how I felt about that. I really thought the season was gonna end on mild spoiler. The Evil Eye arc, which is what the start of season 2 is about to be. I thought that was going to be the climax to season 1.
Well, the thing is,
which they kind of like got into it.
Core based.
Yeah, I thought core based.
So like, which is so annoying. Like we are still in season 1 of Dandadan, and at least they're giving us the cores within 6 months as opposed to making us wait a full year most of the time.
Yeah.
But like I fully agree. Like the way Dandadan ended was a prime example of the problem with this, because it ended just smack in the middle of a story. They might as well have stopped it before what's his name got introduced at all. Because,
Gigi,
like,
my boy, my goat.
Well, the thing is I think from a promotional standpoint and from like a production standpoint, it's probably a lot easier to pitch to a studio like, hey, do these 12 episodes, we're gonna back it with this much money, and then if you do a good enough job within that budget, this could be a lot bigger. But like, instead of selling somebody like, hey, we've got 24 episodes here for you, like half of that number means that the budget can go into less increments to make each episode like better. Like it's, for one, it's less money overall, but that still adds up to more money per episode the way that they're currently doing it. So I can, if they put out results, I'm kind of fine with the core system, especially because you've got anime that are like, as soon as the final episode drops, already confirmed for season 2, and we have like less than a 1 year wait for some of the turnaround on these season 2s has been crazy. Like everyone's saying with Dandadan, it's crazy that it's like basically right at 1 year. I remember with Shangri-La Frontier, before I caught up, and I felt like I was only a few weeks behind after the season finished, and they were like, new season starts in 3 months, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, and that was crazy.
Yeah, when they announced Dandadan season 2, because season 1 came out in October last year. That is insane turnaround. That is what, 9 months? That's 9 months, really because I went and saw the first 3 episodes in theaters in like September last year, I want to say.
Yep. Did you get to see the more recent one with like the new season? I got to see that one, and dude, it's the first 3 episodes are gonna go absolutely insane for Dandadan. Can't confirm.
I guarantee you, like I said, I'm manga current on Dandadan, man. It's one of my favorite weeklies as well. So like, just everything I've seen from the trailer, I'm like, why did they not do this as the finale for season 1? This would have been perfect for the finale. But like you guys said,
exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah,
exactly.
Gets me, man. Gets me every time.
Yeah, it's great.
Ooh, Dr. Stone. This is the sequel series, isn't it? Or prequel series? For Dr. Stone that's coming back.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm like super sleeping on Dr. Stone. I've watched
pretty
much all of season 1, and I thought it was really, really good, and never went back to it.
I read about 30 chapters and haven't continued since like just reading those 30. Cody, you're a big Dr. Stone fan, aren't you?
No.
No? Who is it that reads? Someone watches Dr. Stone and is always going on about it.
But
You've read it?
But like, it's cool shonen. It's like, oh man, we're not fighting, but we have to really outsmart the world that has been set up before us. And I really like the unique take on like, oh man, this is a weekly shonen read, but it's not the traditional like shonen fight club, I guess you would call it. But
not a battle shonen.
Yeah. And it's aight. I mean, it's not bad, but it's aight.
I watched the first 2 seasons. Like, I saw Stone Wars, and then I was like, I'm just gonna let this build up, and then I'll knock it down like later.
He never
when
did.
It was done. Well, no, I was gonna wait till it was finished, and I believe this is gonna be
power.
like the finishing of it, right?
I believe this is the final season. Yeah. It's being presented.
If it's not, it's like the penultimate. It's like leading up to the end of. So I'll probably end up binging through it. But I did enjoy the kind of. I would like to see some of the like the answers that I feel like a lot of us have been waiting for years now. Like, I would really like to see some of that. But where it was just like I said, I'm not a week to week guy. So I was like, I'm just gonna like let that finish because I was told it would be a little bit shorter. So I'm actually kind of surprised it's gone on as long as it has. But a few people have told me it's a really, really solid adaptation. And so I'm pretty hype about it, honestly, to get back through and like to have like multiple seasons of something to binge through. It's gonna be pretty
you have
hype.
a good amount of content to burn through now.
Ooh, Mel in the chat said it seems really rushed.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Ooh. Rushing through the finale is never a good idea.
Yeah, that's kind of the benefit of if it's an intermediate arc. Like if it's if you're binging it, sometimes having like a faster paced thing like that does feel better for the anime. And I know it's not as truthful to a manga adaptation to kind of cut things or rush things here and there. If you've read the source material, but if you're anime only, sometimes you just don't even be noticing that. You know what I mean?
I fully agree with that, dude. I think that's so real. Like, as much as we are trying to compare these things, you got to look at these as separate mediums. Like, if it doesn't suck, like, I use this test like in this slight comparison. Like, whenever my dad tells me about a new live action that's hit like Netflix that is based off an anime, if my dad enjoys watching it, that tells me that it's at least good. It doesn't mean it's the best adaptation as far as like it, you know, perfectly adapting the material, but if it's a watchable show that's enjoyable to watch front to back, I think that's a win in an adaptation. And I think we should look at anime a little bit more like that, but also not give anime nearly as much of a pass as I'm giving my dad for a shitty live action adaptation.
Like Turner, such an interesting character. No,
he didn't like that. That's how we know that.
His face immediately.
Oh my god, I'm gonna cringe so hard.
You don't like Turner?
Yeah.
Well, anybody here check out
my light.
Anybody here check out season 1 of the vending machine isekai? Because that's got a season
I
2
watched the first 2 episodes and actually enjoyed what I watched.
It's fun.
Yeah, but I didn't.
It's so fun.
Yeah, I need to finish it.
I'm a big fan.
I'm still here, by the way.
If it's done right, but it's like there's so much trash isekai these days. It's like it's hard to sell anybody on a new isekai. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know.
But I think this one's being done right. I really do.
Okay.
You guys,
it's like, if it's like a satire, is it's aware that it's like this chick's a vending machine? Is like, I don't know. Is it?
Yes
is it funny?
and no.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of on the nose sometimes, but not really.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you guys know how both of you know, all of you know how I feel about isekai. Like it's not my favorite genre, but like I said, I enjoyed what I watched of it. I would
think it's
actually
really, really
probably
fun.
give it a bit more attention sometime in the future. Sorry, Jay.
Yeah, no worries, man. It's very, very good, dude. It's just, it knows what it is. I don't think there's like enough of it to be like, hey, like you're not going to be getting the craziest amount of story out of this. Obviously, you're not getting the most, insane backstory. But it is exactly that, dude. Basically, the premise is this guy in his main life was obsessed with vending machines. That was his hyperfixation. He thought they were really cool. Like it's as simple as that. And he dies and is reborn as a vending machine, and then he gets to learn how to make
the
money.
ultimate
so
dream.
He has to make money to survive, basically. So basically, he has to spend a cost to keep the vending machine on, and if he hits 0, then he dies. So the whole thing is him trying to figure out economics in this world, but he can sell these people like fun.
So he has like a
bars
system.
in the real world. Yeah, exactly.
So he has like a little system pop-up window that like
Literally.
tells him his okay, that's
Literally.
actually so funny because it feels like it's very like trope bashing in a good way, like a satire, like one of my favorite isekai of all time. I adore the genre if it's done right, and I think that a shining example of a satire of like that is very self-aware of the genre and makes fun of itself in that way is Konosuba. And it's like, if it's like kind of half as funny as that, but like has, I don't know, it's like I want to like a new isekai, but there's just so many bad new isekai. You know what I mean?
I fully agree.
But it's honestly not hard to sell me on the genre. Like it's one of, outside of long running shonen, isekai was like one of the first like genre deep dives I did. I watched through like all of ReZero, all of SAO, all of like, you know, the Log Horizon, No Game No Life, all the classic isekai that, and like I just really I have crazy fond memories of just kind of the feeling that like a good world building gives you. And I don't know, man, there's a lot of that in isekai, you know. It's just it feels
Give it
like
the 3-ep test. Give it the 3-ep test back.
Yeah.
It's crazy because there's
I'll dive in with you.
Volume of not great isekai.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
Out there
We're
now.
drowning in it. But
Yeah, Digimon's the best isekai, Cody. We all know it. We all know that Digimon is, legitimately though, it is the best isekai.
Sure. No, like,
this next one on the list, I'm
but we'll
really I'm really excited for, actually, is the My Melody and Kurumi claymation show, which is the new Sanrio show. I don't think you guys are hyped for this, but I am.
I just
don't
know
know what words you're saying.
You gotta make me hype.
Yeah, it's so you know Hello Kitty, correct?
I've heard of Hello Kitty, yeah.
Yes,
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it, of course. Yeah, no one. Yeah. Well, it's this little girl who dresses up like a cat. That is confirmed. It's not an actual cat person. It's a little girl in a cat costume. And she lives in this world with her best friends who all also wear animal costumes. But no, the premise of the series is that the characters from the Sanrio universe, My Melody and Kuromi, are like trying to fight this like corruption kind of thing that's going on in the universe, and it looks really interesting.
Music is ruining the youth.
Maybe like I would definitely check out the trailer for it. I'm most excited because, if I'm honest, my daughter has been wanting to get into anime, but she's only like 4, so she's like, I want to watch Luffy. Awesome. Yeah, she wants to watch Luffy. Can't watch Luffy because it's got a little bit too much violence for a 4-year-old. Same with, she wants to watch Goku. Wants to watch Gon, because we watch a lot of anime openings and stuff. When like they want to listen to music. But this is like, this is it. This is the one that I can use to kind of get her into the genre. Exactly.
Well, that being said, I'm genuinely curious to see like if this does end up hitting as like a family watchable anime, because I think that's a good, like something for us to have on the list to talk about. Like, hey, kids like this, watch this one. It's actually going on.
Exactly. Because like we watched a little bit of Daima. There was just a little bit too stuff that was like too high conceptual for her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
Which is weird to say about Dragon Ball, but in context to a 4-year-old watching it, you know. Next one too, The Water Magician. Chat, if you've not seen the trailer for this, I showed the boys the trailer the other night. This is an isekai. It's the first isekai that I've seen the trailer for, and I was like, I gotta watch this. Like, ever. It looks really good. I read the synopsis for it. I'm pretty hyped for this one. The animation looks really well done, and the score of it just swept me away. Like there's this really soft piano to it.
Yeah, the piano was crazy.
This is the
in
one
that
you showed us
trailer.
on the call the other day. Yeah, this one does look gorgeous for absolutely no reason.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out for sure. I think I'm probably gonna wait on that until week 3 of the season and then like knock out the full 3-episode test at once, because like some of these I could totally be weekly on and I want to ride the community hype. Some of it I'm okay to sleep a bit on it, you know what I mean?
Dude,
Yeah,
I am right there with you on that one, Vexus, right there.
Yeah, I think
Just, like,
it,
for my own,
Dandadan,
like,
and
brain.
Gachi
Like,
are those are the only 3 I'm gonna pick up like right at the start right at the
Honestly,
start of the season.
the thing that I am probably the most hyped for of the entire up and coming list is something we haven't even talked about yet, and like I'm very hyped for a lot of these things that we
Enough
have been
time has
talking about.
passed.
No, not that. That's not in this season, but that's soon. But Kaiju number 8.
Yes.
My adrenaline is starting to pump in my veins right now with how gas I am for this. Like season 2, I'm anime only, so I don't know. I haven't read further, but from a few people I know who have read, they're like, dude, this shit is gonna like break the internet. It's gonna be hype. It's gonna be hype of all hype. It's gonna be so good. And
as far as battles go, it absolutely is, dude. I'm 12 volumes into Kaiju, and it is about to
so
go
I've heard one complaint, which was a character that was introduced in the last episode of season 1. The design didn't quite, match what was in the manga. But aside from that one complaint, I think Production IG did a phenomenal job with the adaptation. Season 1, the music, the action scenes, the story, the character, everything. It's so phenomenal of a series, and to hear that it was adapted 99% well enough, to everything that I've heard. I really cannot wait. I don't know anything else that Production IG is currently pumping out, so I feel like they get to really focus on this project. And there was even an OVA that came out recently. I have not checked it out, but like, because I've just been like, I can't. Really Hoshino's my goat, first of all.
Yes.
But like, that's him.
It's really good.
But I couldn't watch that, which sounded a little slice of life adjacent, in the midst of the hype avalanche that is occurring right now in my mind. So I'll watch that after the season starts. When I'm like mid-season fiending and like I need the episode now, like then I'll watch the OVA. But like right now I'm just full hype, and I don't want anything taking the wind out of my sails.
They made Ichigo's theme after me is crazy, Cody.
Without any spoilers, the thing I like about Kaiju number 8 the most is like there's just no fluff in this story at all. It's going straight forward. It's not like it's moving too fast where you're like, wait a minute, how are we here already? It's just simply they have a very specific story to tell. This isn't something that is like being shot to be like a 500 chapter manga. Actually, from what I know, I think the manga is actively finishing like within this week or maybe even last week. Like it just recently like officially put out its last chapter, which I'm not that far. I don't know how that like is by any means, but I can tell you being about 80 to 90 chapters in that like the story just cooks. It just keeps cooking. It gives you just like plot point after plot point.
Pacing is crazy. It's
breakneck. And
as soon as you get done with one arc and they're like cheersing and celebrating and victory dancing and whatnot, like immediately before you even get a full night's rest, you're just thrust into the next bit of events, and it's like there is zero downtime. It feels like, but in such a good way, because even the chiller moments, they're like throwing big character interactions and conversations in there. So it's like
characters are so fun the way they interact together. Like they do such a good job. They've all got chemistry.
I think of last year, one of the most solid season 1s that we got outside of your Dandadans and things like that. And like there are things that were kind of half in the season. Like, do I count Frieren as like a last year thing?
I just gotta say for the record, Dandadan had the best episode of the season last season with episode 7. I just gotta throw that out there.
Yeah. I think
it is up there with some of my favorite individual cherry-picked anime episodes of all time. But I watched a lot of great anime last year. I'll just say that, but it's up there.
Dandadan has to be in the conversation for episode 7, dude. That was just I was so unprepared for it too, because I'm like anime only with Dandadan, and I am like, what?
Vex and me were watching it together, and I turned on my camera after the episode. I was like ugly crying, bro.
yeah.
Like
He's not okay.
drool,
He's not
snot.
okay, man.
I was not okay. Yeah, like it was so.
I think
so bad.
The cinematography, like the way that they decided to do the blocking for some of these shots, and like I went back and looked at some of the panels and things like that, and they did adapt it beautifully. But like there were like some of the like adding of motion to these events, and the sound design of that episode specifically was really, really good. It's that same kind of really, really cinema I'm brain farting on the word right now, but like the whole cinematography, the whole composition of that specific episode, you get that like every other episode.
Choreography. Is that the word?
Yeah, but like the impact is just so there. And you what I will say is, to go back to something I was talking about earlier, you get that pretty much every other episode with To Be Hero X.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely,
insane.
so right.
It is so crazy because like it doesn't seem like you have your classic pen and paper, anime, and like we're all familiar with those different styles, and it's evolved and become something different recently. But like the creative choices that they make in episodes like Dandadan season 1 episode 7, no spoilers, but or like in almost every other episode of To Be Hero X, it's like a cut above. It's built different. It's like they transcend the media form that I thought I knew the boundaries of as anime, and it really does go just crazy.
Just goes stupid hard.
Fully agree. That one again. I mean, they're pushing all the boundaries. If To Be Hero X isn't talked about in Anime of the Year, I'm just gonna be genuinely disappointed because there's no reason for it not to be. None.
What is it? To Be Hero X?
Yeah, Be Hero X.
It's really
I can't say I'm familiar. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah,
like
seriously.
the first episode,
the most out of everything we've talked about.
Yeah, the first episode does a lot of setup, and like it honestly looks like, I'm not gonna lie, it looks like Reboot or like Heavy Rain or something like that. But then like, I don't know, it grows on you, and they switch through different styles, different aesthetics. So sometimes it's looking like a different series entirely, and it's like I think some of it's they choose to do it for a scene, and then they're doing it for a full episode, and then they're doing it for a full arc. Yeah, and you're like, so they really switch up the styles, and it's I don't know, man. It's just it's what's stuck in my head right now. That's like the latest craze for me.
Yeah, I gotta shout out, not to change the conversation too abruptly, but Cody and Mel both giving Ranma's remake the Golden Pass. Oh, that's big news, because me and Mel cooked on some manga last night. And Cody, your opinion matters. I've been so scared to check it out because old Ranma, the original Ranma, is one of my favorite animes from when I was like really young.
Ranma's crazy.
Shush, it's from the 80s, bro. It's like from the late 80s, early 90s. We're all old men. But yeah, like I've been waiting for someone to like give me their opinion on it. So is it that good, Cody?
One of my TikTok mutuals got me to check it out, Shayla. Shout out my Shayla, but she is a really big Ranma stan from back in the day because she watched the 80s adaptation as well, and she thought from decades ago. She thought that the remake was absolutely phenomenally flawless, and she was like, if you're in One Piece as much as I've enjoyed this, I think you should give it a shot. And I was thoroughly impressed. As someone who hasn't checked out the 80s anime even, I really enjoyed watching the mix of like Mel's mentioning, the mix of action and comedy with like the exploration of gender identity, like peak. It's literally peak.
Yeah, really, it's so good. Like I said, the 80s anime is one of my favorites. I've rewatched it, I think, about 3 or 4 years ago, and I've been meaning to go back to it. Then when I heard the remake was coming, I was really nervous because when you know what I mean, when you cherish a property that, it's hard to see it be in another light. But yeah, I might have to sit down and binge through the remake then, because that sounds awesome. I got to check that out. That's what's up.
Yeah,
So
there's
do
just
we?
a few other big
Yeah, go ahead.
names that I really, really think we should keep our eyes out for news on up on the horizon. Not this most recent season, but probably next year or even maybe later this year for some of them. Like I know 2 Year Eternity season 3 just got confirmed for October. Me as well as Kush Daddy in the chat. I know we're gonna be crying on VC watching that together. It's gonna be a great time. It's oh my god, dude. That is one of like the 3 anime ever that have made me cry. And this wasn't like 1 or 2 tears rolling down the cheek or just like a lump in my throat. I was full sobbing. It's a crazy emotional journey. If you haven't checked out To Your Eternity, you really should. Season 3, I don't even know where we're going from here. Like this story goes crazy. You can't really do this with your typical protagonist, and you definitely don't see this in battle shonen where there's like this time compression where it's like all your MCs stay 16 forever or something like that. This is way different from that, and it's such a departure from like I love a good battle shonen. I also love isekai. I'm pretty cool. I'm getting into like slice of life and stuff like this. This is unlike anything I've ever seen. Like it's truly a masterpiece. And I thought, like, when I got caught up, we had no confirmation of when season 3 was. So we got this just about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. I am extremely hyped. I cannot wait.
Say less.
So that's going to be huge. Black Clover, we're supposed to be getting news on the 7th. It's been years.
My magic is never giving up.
Yes, let's go. I'm obsessed. I definitely can't wait. I think that means the manga might be finishing sooner rather than later. I'm not fully caught up, but I know that was an issue with like them wanting to pick it back up as his wife's health fell off and he was not doing weekly releases, because it was for a while there one of the most consistent long running shonen, like aside One Piece. It was like it was every week. It felt like a new. Like the anime went on for a crazy long time. It wasn't seasonal. Yeah. And it didn't do cours like what we're talking about a lot of the time today's day and age. This was just like, we're just going to put out 100 straight episodes, like every week a new episode.
And dude, it was on such a legendary run that, like you were saying, if he didn't have to take that break and take the time away, like I really do think Black Clover would be like everyone keeps obviously like the infinite conversation of like what the new big 3 or something like that is. But either way, Black Clover would absolutely be one of the biggest IPs, having carried like Shonen Jump in general in a similar way that the original big 3 did. Like Black Clover was on its way to a legendary run, and unfortunately just got took an arrow to the knee.
It's crazy they stopped in the middle of what they're in. I won't spoil anyone, but the anime cutting off where it did,
insane.
Like it's gonna be one of the craziest returns that like
episode back. The very
don't call it a comeback style. Like it's just
no, dude. I'm 100%. Like there's been other longer running shonen and stuff like Fairy Tail, and Fairy Tail had a huge break in between the main series, like the final series, and then coming back with 100-Year Quest. And
Yo,
like,
AP.
It came back pretty hard, but like I don't think it's gonna be a fraction of the hype that we're gonna get from Black Clover. I'm gonna be completely real.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. Fairy Tail ain't gonna. I mean, look, I just finished my entire watch through Fairy Tail. I would almost argue that what we got in 100-Year Quest is better than everything we got in OG run of Fairy Tail.
Parts of it for sure.
Parts of it for sure. But yeah, the hype just I don't know.
I got you, AP.
Doesn't have that kind of build up,
And that right next to me.
But yeah, I'm
sorry,
super
boys. I was having a
Clover.
conversation with the boy.
like I said, I'm gonna check out My Hero because I know pretty much all that happens in the manga. I quit with the anime partway into like about a year and a half ago. But I'll check it out for the sake of the genre. Like as a fan of shonen, I feel like I have to check it out. You know what I mean? For the finale of it all.
I'm gonna be real. I think the manga of My Hero is much, much better than the anime. Horikoshi, his art style, it's just that's why I quit watching the anime, is because they take away something from it that I don't know. I don't know if it's the studio or what, but they just do not capture his art good enough at all.
I'm anime only for My Hero. I've been consistent on My Hero, like episode by episode for like at least since like season 2. So I've been locked in on it anime wise. Dude, I love it. I love the anime. The closest I ever got to falling off was season 5. Season 5 I didn't love, but like Vex, like you saying you fell off on like season 6.
It was like very early in. Like to season 6.
It's like that's without spoilers, just the anime got a little more dark and a little more serious at that point. And for me, that's what I've been waiting for the anime to get to, because like obviously it's a bunch of kids at high school, like I get it, but like with the things we're dealing with and the level of impact that these villains are starting to make now, like it needed to get more serious, and I think it did. So again, I've not spent a second in the manga whatsoever, so I don't know what we're comparing it to. But as an anime only who's been locked in, I have really, really enjoyed My Hero front to back pretty much. It has its ups and downs.
Season 5 was where I started to like really see the crack show. Like I adored season 4. I absolutely loved so much of season 4. And then season 5 fell off. And
what is season
4 is it's overhaul, gentle,
amazing arc. Amazing arc. Phenomenal.
It's really good. Like it's crazy. Like it's cinema. Like it's my favorite. It's my favorite arc that I've seen adapted.
Absolute cinema. It's so good. So good.
Season 5 was like more of a villain focus, and I thought that a lot of that was cool, but it's just like, and I won't get too specific. It's just it fell off for me specifically.
Crazily enough.
So going into season 6, I didn't get far in before just being like, I'm pretty sure I got 3 episodes in. Yeah. Exactly 3 episodes in before I was like, I'm just gonna wait for this to finish. You know what I mean?
Crazily enough, when the villain stuff happened in the manga as well, a bunch of people in the community complained about it. Like a bunch of people, because it went on for a long minute in the manga. I think like 15 chapters or something like that.
It's other things which I won't bring up now, but like there were just like minor gripes enough for me to like feel hesitant to keep continuing on. But one thing that I have also heard about, and we don't have a hard date, but it's on the horizon certainly, is Kagurabachi. I've heard that is full gas. After
look at Cody's face, he's so happy. Look how pleased my man is.
I only checked out the first 5 chapters, and I think it's really interesting. And I was gonna wait till it gets like to about 100 before I just knock through it. While it was anime only, now that there is going to be, while it was manga only, now that there's gonna be an anime adaptation, I'm gonna watch that immediately when it drops. How hype are we, Cody? Like, what's the hype like?
It's scary because the animation studio that's handling the Kagurabachi anime has never done anime before. So I'm
no.
Yeah. So I'm go read the manga. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not actually too hyped on it. I love Kagurabachi's story. I love the pacing. Like Jake was saying earlier, it's with Kaiju number 8. There's a story to tell and there's no fluff in between. But
I like
to the opposite of Kaiju number 8, where you're at like how did we even get here? Kagurabachi just like seamlessly transitions from arc to arc with like no pacing in between. And it is one of like the most enjoyable reads I've had since JJK ended. It's just non-stop paced action, and it all makes sense on like why we're narratively there. I think it's like Mel's saying, adapting so early into the series publication is a dangerous idea, but I'm hopefully that maybe it's just like a hidden gem. Maybe they just knock it out of the park with their first one. Nobody's ever seen that. It hasn't happened before, but like Mappa had Yuri on Ice. I mean, we all loved Yuri on Ice. Come on now.
Yeah, all right, this is like the 4th time in a week someone had to mention Yuri.
Well, I brought it up to you, and Cody is the one who brought it up to me more recently. So like it's coming full circle here.
Wild,
it's relevant.
I'm very interested with Kagurabachi. I'm wondering, because like you said, it's nonstop and the pacing is like, I'm wondering if there is some anime magic that's going to be done that like if they give us only 12 episodes, like I don't think it's gonna get super far in because it's like what 70 something chapters deep right now. That number could be a little off. I don't know. I'm out of touch, but it's like I feel like there's probably a good 2 seasons worth of stuff to cover from someone who knows no idea what he's talking about. You know,
I hear you.
Like,
Yeah. If like Mel's saying, if it's less than like 90 chapters, that still is at least 2 seasons worth. And in the time
for
to
sure.
get 2 seasons out, 2 years more or less, that means that they could be about 100
Well, I
chapters,
mean,
probably a little bit less out. I don't know how current like and consistent
you have to
it is,
also
but
think about not every studio is equipped like your Aniplex and like your Mappa
facts.
and Madhouse and stuff. Where
Aniplex.
like if this is the first thing they've done, I think it's wise for them to give themselves enough time. Enough
Agreed.
time has passed. Joke right here, guys. We had to do it,
But
if it's like 3 years before the next season comes out, as long as they do it right, I think that's fine, right?
on that other foot, I don't want another 3-year wait like we had with the end of Attack on Titan season 1 to season 2, where
Yeah.
it was almost a 10-year wait. That I don't want the hype to fall off, because with how fast paced Kagurabachi is, it's literally like bang, you're here, bang, we're here, bang, we're here, bang, we're fighting, bang, we're fighting. It's nonstop.
Yeah,
That's kind of the luxury of these
Cody on that one.
bigger anime studios, though, is that you can have that. We're just talking about like a turnaround, like with Dandadan, of less than a year before season 2 is coming out,
9
and
months,
then with some of there are other studios that just aren't equipped to knock out that kind of thing, especially with multiple series. But like if I'm a big fan of a studio where like their whole thing is just doing this one series, and they can put the attention to each scene and each moment that deserves it. Like I don't know, so I'm a little bit torn, but I think that I'm hype about it because I know you love the series, Cody, and I really want it to be good. But I can understand the nerves because it is their first adaptation.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I like.
Oh, sorry, Cody, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's one of the few series that I actually kept up weekly with, that I don't like fall off and let chapters build up with, like Chainsaw Man and Dandadan. I'll let them build up for like almost like 10 to 14 chapters, and I'll bang them out. But with Kagurabachi, there is so much that happens within chapter to chapter that I feel like I have to keep up with week to week, because I won't know where I am if I have 2 chapters or 3 chapters behind. Like it's so fast.
Yeah,
Rooster Fighter's like that too.
We'll have to come back to that one.
I'm just saying it's really fast paced. Like, it's a good manga, guys. I've been telling people for like 2 years. It's good.
Real quick before we get too far away from like a point Vex was making, and I do kind of want to kick back on it just a little bit. As far as I don't mind waiting, as it's not a patience issue that I have when it comes to waiting like a multitude of years between seasons, but like Cody said, like losing 100% of the steam because we have to wait for like Fire Force is a prime example. Having to wait 5 years in between not only killed the steam for the fans who were watching it, but also meant that it was coming back with a different animation studio to one degree or another. Like, i.e., the sound designer no longer being a part of the project, which made a massive difference. I think, and I'm actually working on a video on this, and I'm trying to see if I can prove this point or not, but I have a theory that any anime that has more than 2 years in between seasons, like that doesn't go on break because like the story wasn't caught up. And even if it does, like if they have more than a 2-year break, they almost never come back as strong. Like almost never. Like, and
I feel like the issue
the biggest
there
counter example to that, because they just put all the money and love into it. But like other than that, like whenever we get these long ass hiatuses between seasons, it I don't know, I feel like it doesn't come back as strong.
Yeah, I think that a big part of that, and I could agree in so many instances, but I could also like point out some others that came back stronger. And like, so, but I'm not here or there on that. I think it's the issue is it in production for the whole gap, or is it in like this confirmation limbo where we don't know if we're gonna get it or not? And then they rush. And then there's like they rush the production because they're like, we need to hit this hype of a season, or like we need to do this or do. And so like I feel like if they spend 3 years actively producing a good product, that's different from them twiddling their thumbs for a year and a half and then rushing for a year and a half. You know what I mean? So like I think that with, and again, like you have these other studios. There was the whole drama with Mappa, you know, back in, it was like what, like a year and a half ago now, it feels like, where they had too many workers doing too much on too many projects and stuff like that. So I don't know if it's my knee-jerk reaction to that, but or if it's my appreciation of like Studio Kafka did a phenomenal job with season 2, part 1 and part 2 of Ancient Magus Bride, which is fully dedicated to just that project. And then like White Fox, they weren't in production the entire time, but them pumping out ReZero season 3. Dude. I think that there's a lot of really good quality throughout that season. A lot of people were complaining on certain websites, and I'm just like, okay, cool. But it looked beautiful. It sounded less beautiful than previous seasons, but I don't know where the fault lies on that. But there's so many different instances where like the issue is the delay in the confirmation. Yeah. And I think it's better if there's like one studio where that's their whole thing. That's all they do. Yep. You know what I mean?
Like with Ancient Magus Pride, like Vex said, just to speak on that a little bit, like the animation quality in season 2, season 1 blew me away. If I'm not mistaken, it's the same studio that's going to be doing the One Piece remake, right? For season 1 of Ancient Magus? Or am I mistaken? Did Wit do season 1?
What are you talking about?
Ancient Magus Pride.
Yes, they did do. Yeah, it was Studio Wit, and then they changed. They did like 2 of the OVAs as well, but then like one of the OVAs and season 2, part 1 and part 2 were done by an independent studio that was fully created in tandem. Like they worked alongside the mangaka directly, and like their sole purpose is just to pump out this one anime. And I'm like, I think that I'm welcome to that kind of studio.
Yeah. To finish my point though, real quick, is Wit did an amazing job with it. That actually got me really hyped for the One Piece, and this is before we got the little teaser at how some of the aesthetics would look and stuff for it. But then season 2 came along, and it's some of the most beautiful imagery I had ever seen in an anime. So I think that having a studio that its whole dedication is making one anime completely feasible, especially for like bigger series like Dragon Ball. Toei, get out of the picture. Like, get out of the picture. Give Dragon Ball for someone else. Let them do it. I know, Cody. Don't look at me like that. Look what they've done to Super. Where's the granola arc?
Oh my god.
Where's Marrow? Where's like you know what I mean?
You know how to pronounce names, Lucas?
Barely.
Marrow.
Watch the anime come out, and that's how they pronounce his name.
I'm gonna freak
out. There's one other big name on the title or on the horizon that we don't have a date for yet, but I think there's actually a live action coming out this month. I could be wrong. I'm not super in depth or in touch with live action or even this series' community, but I absolutely adore Omniscient Reader, and I know Jacoby's been working through it, right?
Yep. I'm about 30 chapters in now, and it's great.
Are you reading the manga or the webtoons?
Or the webtoon.
Like the original, like the scroller, right? Like okay, so like that's where I got about 150 chapters deep, and man, does it stay consistent. It's really, really good. It's so such a phenomenal premise, and there's so much depth to it. I think that if they handle the adaptation properly, which they're taking their time, so I hope they do, I think this is going to be like on that level of Solo Leveling. Whether you love it or hate it, the hype, the craze, the fan buzz was like, I think this is going to top that legitimately.
I think it has all the ability to top it. It's not like aura farming incarnate, obviously, but at the same time, like the MC does have his moments, and like you said, the power system and slash it's not your basic isekai or basic video game style manhwa.
It's like a reverse isekai, honestly.
It really is. Yeah, it really is.
No, it's really
just a great twist on it, dude. The whole
it's really interesting, and what got me was just a 1-page ad on the Webtoons app where they showed me just like one text box, and it was of the first whatever they're called, ordeal. Like it was just that first thing in the train car, and I'm just like, wait, this looks gas. Like this looks so good.
I read like the first 5 chapters and really dug it, and then I put it down and just haven't picked it back up. But then I saw you reacted to it, and I've tried to be there for like every stream.
Dude, it's been great so far, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's a lot of fun, and it's savage when it needs to be savage. Like
that typical stuff last night was wild.
Right? Right?
I think that it has a really solid...
I wasn't ready for that at all. That one, that blew me away. I was like, oh. Yeah.
It has really a really solid cast, and they do a good job of introducing, like, I don't know, it's cool because, and I won't get too in depth, but like it contemporalizes the world that we live in our history, and Korean like history, and Japanese history, and Chinese history, and it implements that in ways that I think are really, really cool. And it's a really creative kind of power system. And this MC isn't just like, I'm jacked, I put all my points into strength, like, or anything. He's big brain. He's just him, and he's got the docs, he's got the manuscript, and he's just using that Giga Chad galaxy brain to just be him in such creative ways. It's like, it's an MC that you don't really see done well so often. You see people try, and like, I think that with Dokja specifically, he's just, man, he's so cool. I love him. He's one of my favorite MCs. I haven't read a lot of manhwa, I'll preface this, but it is my top 1 of everything that I have read. I've read maybe a 24 different manhwa, and I haven't completed many of them at all, but I was a fan of Solo Leveling, and I finished the main series of Solo Leveling. I haven't checked out Ragnarok, but I do put this above every other manhwa I've read. Omniscient Reader is crazy good.
Yeah, stoked for that anime for sure.
Guys, we're an hour and a half in. I think it's time we get to our top 5s.
Oh my gosh. I didn't realize we've been yapping that long. Yeah, we probably
guys, the yap session. There's so much hype.
It's such a good season.
All right. Well, I figured we'd go one by one, right? Around the table. Who wants to get us started with their first one? Number 5.
I'll start it off, interestingly enough. Let's do it. My number 5 is Cyberpunk Edgerunners. I'm putting that in my tops.
Woo!
And I feel like a lot of people probably wouldn't expect something like that to like be in someone's top 5, but as I've said before, I love a good amount of pain in my anime, but more specifically, I like a story that sticks to its guns. That is the most.
I want you to hurt me.
No, for real, because like look, if you can predict every single thing that's going to happen, like, it takes all the stakes away. That, like, my number one argument with all anime that I've always complained about since the day one I was on the internet is I just need stakes to matter. It doesn't mean that you have to have like the highest of stakes in every single story, but if a story is written to say, if you do X, then Y will happen, and then your main character does X and Y doesn't happen because he's built different, in my opinion, that's bad writing. Like, that is actually, you as a writer are writing yourself into a corner that you can't get out of without plot armor, which thus means you didn't write a good story in the first place. And then also just makes me distrust everything that's going to happen in the future. And in the 12 episodes that Cyberpunk Edgerunners was, or wait, no, maybe it's even 10. Like, it's incredibly short. 10 episodes. In 10 episodes, they were able to tell us a completely new story, front to back, with obviously just like amazing animation. The soundtrack is like top 5 soundtracks in anime, probably. Like, the sound, I listen to it weekly, dude. Like, it just did so much, and at the end of the day, the stakes really mattered, and I could not predict what was going to happen. Like, I can sit there with every single shonen in history and tell you that every character that matters is probably not going to die unless it's like JJK or Chainsaw Man. Which is also why JJK and Chainsaw Man are doing so good these days, because guess what? It's not like a guaranteed thing. Like, love Fairy Tail to death, stopped crying at any almost death like halfway through the anime because I knew it'll never happen. This is just a fake out, and I can't stand that. So Cyberpunk Edgerunners came in and just did something I've never seen before. It was adult. It actually catered that way. It trimmed all the fat. It was a direct story. I think the character development was there. The world building was there. The storytelling and resolution was there. Even if it wasn't what you wanted, it made sense where it ended up. Soundtrack, animation, it checks all the boxes. That's my number 5.
Yep. Damn. Couldn't say it better myself. Because I wouldn't. It's not in my top 5. No, I'm joking.
But what is in your top 5?
Okay. My number 5 is Wahoo! It's Hunter x Hunter. It's
oh my god.
Hunter x Hunter. Now, this was a sleeper for me. I did not watch this until this year. I watched it all on Discord with the boys, and yeah, it took me by storm. I've been reading the manga, and I have about 23 chapters left right now. And the current arc has me like, I'll be at work being like, but then this,
Snack's gonna catch up.
This and this,
oh my god.
this and this and this, and I'm like sitting there just thinking about it all fucking day. And you thought Pariston was the rat, Cody? New man's the rat now. I'm not gonna say who because I don't want to spoil, but new man is the rat now.
Not talking about the anime not talking about the manga at all, just talking about the anime. I think that it's probably the single best longer running shonen anime adaptation that I've ever seen. I love it. I agree. This is a solid top 5 pick.
Listen, Chimera Ant changed me in the way I look at anime and how things are written. Legitimately, it is such a perfect arc from start to finish. It starts with such an emotional moment with what happens with the 2 children and everything, and then ends with such a tragic death, mirroring once again those 2 children with Meruem and oh my goodness, why am I blanking on her name? Kagomi? Kagomo?
No,
Kagoma?
fake fan. Move on.
No.
Who's next?
Obviously
No.
not number 4.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is why it's not number 4. No, nonetheless, yeah. Like, it's just, Tagashi wrote like a perfect arc, man. He really, really did.
Yeah, that is a perfect arc. I'll give you that.
I think there's a lot of people who will like cherry pick like good and bad things about the Chimera Ant arc, and like to me, I think that it itself is as consistent as the rest of the anime adaptation and the other previous arcs, especially alongside stuff like York New. I think that it's just longer. That's like the only main difference. Like people will say, and I do agree, I love the Chimera Ant arc. It's one of my most beloved like full story, like here's a start, here's an end, like fully concluded arcs that you get within longer running shonen. I think Tagashi's a mastermind. He is my number 1 favorite mangaka, and I think that this is so well adapted as a series. But it's not just the Chimera Ant arc. Like every single arc does a really phenomenal job of doing what it needs to do.
Not only that, but the writing of the characters as well. Like Leorio, who is absent for quite a few of the arcs actually, is still one of my favorite characters because he's so well written in the arcs he is in. You know what I mean? And then the relationship between Gon and Killua is like one of the best written, like friendships in all of shonen. Same with Kurapika, has one of the craziest backstories and like plot progressions. Never did I think at the beginning of the series that Kurapika would be where he is now. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just such an insane like character arc for him as well. So yeah, I think solid number 5 for me. Hunter x Hunter is just, it's so goated. It became one of my top 5 series in just like 6 months.
Hell yeah, so happy to hear that because I adore the series as well. It's in my top 5, but it's not number 5. I actually put it higher. I'll go next. My top 5. My number 5 is Land of the Lustrous, which the anime itself is sadly only a 1 season. It's only 12 episodes. It was Studio Orange doing 3D animation. It was their first foray into 3D animation back in 2018. It was very well received. It had some awards and some nominations, and it made pretty big waves. I don't think it's ever going to get a season 2, but I would love that. It is the one manga that has ever made me cry. But just to speak on the anime, it's breathtaking. It's like, it's really stunning. For a good bit of it, you have training wheels on, so you don't really get to like know just how deep shit gets, but it certainly is a phenomenal story. And the music, the choreography, it's really solid. I like the 3D animation, and to see them evolve and go on and do stuff like Trigun Stampede and stuff. Like, I think that I would love to see Orange pick back up for a season 2, but I think that to anybody who's a fan of like, and I say this not being a fan myself, but knowing a fan, if you're a fan of Steven Universe, go check out Land of the Lustrous. If you like anime and Steven Universe, it's that, but like there's so much depth to it.
Valid. And no, that's a new one. I've never even heard of that one before. So that was all new content for me. I'm gonna have to give it the 3-ep test as well, because if it's top 5 worthy, then I must be missing something here.
I adore it. It has one of my favorite anime, and it has my number 1 favorite anime intro song of all time, which we did a stream on this channel, me and Lucas and Kush Daddy in the chat about it specifically. It's I don't think it has the strongest first 3 episodes, but I do think that it's like, if you do stick through it, if it passes that 3-episode test just by visuals and audio, the story will pay off in time. But it's a bit of a slow burn, so I don't think it will fully hit that story checkbox, if that's like a big criteria in your 3-episode test. Like I think that will absolutely be something that you enjoy maybe at episode 5. But I think that it's beautiful enough in sound and in audio to carry up until that point for sure.
If that's enough, then that's really it. Like, as long as it's just an enjoyable watch. Like, I'm real hit or miss with the 3D design. Like, I'm gonna be honest, hot take, I did not enjoy the Trigun Stampede remake. It was just a tough watch for me. I don't think it was objectively bad. I just don't think it was for me. But again, I'm super critical on the CG thing. But at the same time, if you're putting something like this in top 5, then there's something to it. So I would see what's up. Dude, and yeah, y'all stream about anime openings. Yeah, put me onto that, dude. I would love that. Because...
Make sure you subscribe. But yeah, it's here. We'll leave a link in the comments or something after the stream. Yeah. But Cody, what you got for your number 5?
Oh, you guys had really good picks, but my number 5 pick is Assassination Classroom. I think that as an anime, I'm a big manga guy. I really love reading manga, and Assassination Classroom is one of the few animated shows that I waited. I wasn't gonna read it and spoil myself. I truly appreciated all of the comedy. I went back and I've rewatched Assassination Classroom 5 or 6 times, like dubbed and subbed. I think the voice acting is immaculate. A lot of the openings are just freaking phenomenal. Like, Question is still one of my like top repeated songs, like, of all time. Like, I really enjoyed Ugly. It's one of the few anime that actually got me to like ugly cry and like have me freaking dead to rights. And yes, shout out to Mel in chat for calling ass class. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Everyone's been giving me crap. Don't call it ass class. No. You get it. I'm a real fan. Ass class. Ass class in this bit. All right. I guess we should. All right. Let's give out the behind the scenes secret for Lucas, though, while he's off going potty. You know.
It's time.
It is time. So, Lucas.
The word of God just comes out of nowhere. Don't. Lucas, you need like a reverb. Just be like, wait, what are you doing?
Oh my gosh. That was really
cool. I really enjoyed Assassination Classroom. I think that there's not a lot of series that just have 2 really solid seasons and then they're done. And like
that.
I praise Mob Psycho because it has like just 3 really succinct seasons and then it has a really solid conclusion. And when you want to talk about really solid conclusions in anime, Assassination Classroom, it puts a lump in your throat, but it's like it tells you right at the very beginning, like, you're gonna take this one on the chin one day.
Yeah,
prepare yourself. And like the whole journey and along the way, you're just like, I don't know, it's like, is it cope? But you're like, maybe it'll end differently. And like, I don't know, it's such a crazy ride.
They're gonna figure it out. They're gonna find a way.
Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah,
it's one of my first
Kuro Sensei is one of the best anime characters of all time.
Without a doubt. Yeah, that's easy.
No, I adore it. It's a really, really solid pick. And I needed to do a rewatch soon. And I want you there for it, Cody, because it's been years for me, but I love this one for sure.
Yeah, same actually. It's probably been since the series ended.
If I can hop in with you guys, let me know, because dude, it's been a while.
Let's go. We're gonna be doing a whole squad watch through, but I'm
squad
hyped on that
watch
for sure.
Squad watch.
Jacoby, you got a number 4?
All right, number 4 is the pick that's going to be more for me than objective with all of my picks, but I can still defend it. But it's Hellsing Ultimate.
Not fair.
Dude, that is one, and dude, manga wise as well. I've recently been going through the manga for the first time. I've got like my homie let me borrow like the first 3 like big boy volumes that they put out. Oh my peak. But dude, vampires are cool as hell. There's just no way around it. And you'll notice from like the way I kind of structure my top 5 too, like I got a thing for like that style of like main character. Well, first off, the fact that there's not necessarily a direct main character. Like obviously Alucard's like a huge focus, but like there's like 3 to 4 characters that it focuses on so heavily, and like watching like Sarah's Victoria's like growth from, you know, like, well, spoiler for episode 1, but she becomes a vampire. But like her like kind of coming to terms with how to be a vampire, the whole outside world kind of like lore that they opened up to be honest, I'm pretty like today in my anime watch, I'm pretty sick of like the World War II references, but when that was being done for Hellsing Ultimate, like originally, like I just loved the way they brought like vampirism into that whole kind of situation with World War II. Like the era and time period of it was just so crazy clean. The animation quality for the time was great. And I think one of the most important things about Hellsing Ultimate that is not spoken about enough, but the dub for Hellsing Ultimate is one of the best dubs in anime, in my opinion. I really think it's so good. Like, and that might be a hot take, but no.
No,
it's all good,
listen, brother, I have a story for you real quick. So I love Hellsing. It was one of my first animes ever. I first ever watched, Vampire Hunter D. That was the first anime like I ever watched and was like, oh, this is anime. This is not animation or anything else like that was in America at the time. And then I like went out and saw other things. But yeah, I think I came across it because of an AMV and fell in love with the series. And I think it's probably the reason that I have the love for seinen that I do.
Yes,
like darker storyteller.
I watched that in Elfen Lied kind of back to back, and it like changed my psyche. And I was also way too young for both of those things. But
I didn't watch Elfen Lied until I was like 17 or 18, bro, and it wrecked me. Yeah, decades ago. I need to rewatch it.
Hashtag decades in the chat. But
hashtag decades ago.
One day,
guys, when I first watched Vampire Hunter D, it was 1999. Like
real decades,
baby.
So
vampires I can play the stock market.
Vampires are sick. Alucard's a badass MC. I like confident, powerful MCs, you know, in my life. So that's the kind of person I look towards generally, especially when I was younger, but like even still, I love the darkness. I love the seinen aspects, you know, everything that Luke's add to it, dude. So yeah, vampires are sick for my number 4.
Hell yeah.
Roast female. She says she's gonna cook me. I don't see any boil happening on the stove right now.
They brought Hellsing Bridge.
We're keeping the same rotation. You next, Lucas?
Oh yeah, I'll go next. I don't mind. Next up, Dandadan. This ain't even recency bias. I've been weekly for 2 years. I love the series. It's super, super good. I think every arc has hit. I'm not going to say much on it, if I'm being honest, just because of the ongoing anime. And I know a lot of people are only watching the anime. But I think there's a word for it. We just talked about this the other night, Vex. Deuteragonist of Momo and Okuron together is just, it's so well done. It's peak. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's all I'm gonna say on it.
It's great. I had it for anime.
This is how you know. This is how you know Lucas has seen like 5 anime. No, I'm kidding. Dude, no. Dandadan had a crazy good season 1. I, as somebody who, with Cody and Lucas, read through like the first like 30 something chapters, was not super hype about it, and it fully changed my mind. Episode 7 was one of the greatest single episodes in anime history, in my opinion. It was really good. I'm hyped for season 2. I can respect it in your top 5, and I know how much the series means to you. But I felt like if I were to put it anywhere near there, for me, it would be recency kind of thing. But like, I know you're like big into the season, so I can respect this.
Yeah. I love the series. I think it's super well written. It's one of my favorite weekly reads. It's just as exciting to me as a new One Piece chapter is when it comes out.
That's crazy, dude. But
yeah,
I love it. I respect it.
Hell yeah. Vex, where are you at? Where's number 4?
Number 4 for me, and Kush put in chat like his predictions, and this was the one that he didn't get. But number 4 for me, and again to talk about recency, this is something that I was very hesitant to put in my top 10 until probably my 13th rewatch through it, but it's Frieren. It has to be Frieren. I wanted to put it higher, I can't. But it's just such a good freaking season. It's so phenomenal. Every scene, every character, every bit of music, it's all just storytelling. So immaculate. Yeah, I cannot speak. I could do a full 2-hour yap sesh about one episode of Frieren. It's good. I hate that it's gotten to the level of like acclaim and hype where people are like, oh, it's overhyped, and they want to use that against it. I'm like, dude, it's actually so deserving. It's phenomenal. Not even
close to overhyped. The only problem is just like the solo leveling versus Frieren argument, which isn't even a fair argument. We're comparing freaking wood to concrete. Like
Land of the Lustrous being at my number 5. So Land of the Lustrous being at my number 5 is partly from my love for the story, but it's also partly because it's 12 episodes. That's all we get from it. There are other entries in here that are complete series, or are 24 episodes, or have multiple seasons, or this or that. Like the fact that Land of the Lustrous got to number 5 off of 12 episodes and Frieren off of just 1 season gets there. I really wish I could put these stories higher. And I don't know, man, but it's just that there's not as much material to go off of like there is with a few of these other top 5 entries for me. And I think that it means there's less room for error, but it also, I mean, there's also the argument that in a longer running series, like, I don't know. I just feel like there's zero fall off. There's no drop in quality whatsoever from any moment to moment in Frieren. Everything is doing double time, triple time, quadruple time for the bigger picture. I think that it's the attention to detail, the style, the design, the execution, it's all nearly flawless. And honestly, as the years go by, I think that as opposed to recency bias, I think it's going to age like a fine wine, and I'll probably put it higher on my list later on rather than sooner. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially once you have the additional material, like as season 2 comes out, everything. Because I'm telling you right now that I promised Vex at a VC that I wouldn't read the manga and I'd be anime only for this one, and I've stuck to that. And it's killing me. I'm so ready for season 2. I loved season 1 from start to finish. It is just such a well done anime.
Truly,
it's something I just can't wait to watch more of. To be honest, like
I thought it would be top 3
because it's such a beautiful watch. Like I like consuming it that way. It's been so good.
Yeah, the storytelling is just insane. It's on a whole different level.
Hell yeah, Cody, you got you a number 4.
I do, and y'all, I could yap about this forever because of what it set the precedent for, what it gave us in the future. But my 4th favorite anime ever has to be Fist of the North Star. And I know people are be like, "What the heck is Fist of the North?" Shut up! You're not real. Right? Fist of the North Star, literally, like it's Kenshiro. First off, the main hero of Fist of the North is like the prototype for so many badass stoic shonen protagonists that like came afterwards. He walks so that Guts, Ichigo, even Jotaro Kujo could freaking run. His quiet but like emotional depth, like just add like it's what's defined like a generation of anime masculinity. The iconic catchphrases and over the top action from Fist of the North Star, freaking like still to this day, I hear people say "Omae wa mo Shinderu.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
it's
dude.
anime history.
Ugh.
The world building in that show, it's like Mad Max meeting mythology. Like I love a post-apocalyptic wasteland. I know Lucas here is a really big fan of Fallout.
Oh yeah.
Like the mix of like martial arts masters and like the amount of like freaking strength that is being able to be portrayed all the way back in the 80s is freaking phenomenal. Kenshiro is one of the coolest freaking characters ever. He's not just like strong to be strong. He's like a compassionate warrior. He weeps for the weak. He mourns over his enemies, and he never takes joy in killing. And he carries that trauma and heartbreak without letting it make him cruel. And I think that's such a rare freaking thing to see in like the masculinity of anime. It's like I freaking love Fist of the North Star, and without Fist of the North Star, there's no JoJo, there's no Dragon Ball Z, there's no Berserk as the way we know them today. Like I'd even say My Hero Academia and Demon Slayer would owe them like spiritual depths to their drama-heavy storytelling, and that's why it's like it has to be in my top 5. I love Fist of the North Star.
It's legendary,
That's so
man.
valid. Everything you just said, so valid, dude.
It's legendary, man. It's just like I said with the Hellsing. Like that's like one of the first animes I watched. Like it's just so good. The scene of the Omewa Ma Shinderu is burned into every person who watches anime's eyes and mind forever.
Mm-hmm.
Like the head exploding, the guy's just like, huh? Boom, 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 boom. Psh. Like, oh, a fine wine.
Dude, it's like during the movie when they show Kenshiro like showing up as like this freaking like random dude in like silhouette, and then you find out he's not silhouette, he's just like covered in freaking like rock. It just walks through a building like as the building's falling on him. It's like that. I felt that aura.
Aura, yeah, aura farming, man.
OG aura farming.
All right,
OG
Jacoby, what's your number 3 then?
Okay, this is where I probably get controversial for some people and completely like on par with
Hold on,
others.
let me get ready to throw my chair.
Yeah, are you ready? Pick it up. Pick it up. For my number 3 pick, Attack on Titan, the anime.
What is going on here? What the?
Somebody clip that.
Someone clip that right now.
There it is. And the podcast is over. Me and Cody don't get along, and chemistry just wasn't there.
I want to hear your pitch because I'm somebody who dropped Attack on Titan completely, and I don't know, man. Like I want to give it another try, and there's people in my life begging me to give it another try, but I don't know if it's like how. And I really enjoyed Solo Leveling, but seeing how series like this get like hyped out the wazoo, and to a degree where I'm just like, I don't know if what's in my mind is gonna match with what I watched. Like, do you really sell the anime as the experience? Like, should I watch it again?
All right, so let me break it down best I can for you. I was watching Attack on Titan from season 1 episodically, so I suffered. I truly freaking suffered. We got like season 1, and then it was like a year, and then season 2, and then it was like 4 years, and then season 3, and then we were in part 18 hell for season 4. So look, if you were current with it, moving through like the anime process, I fully understand dropping it literally at any point. If you told me any point and you dropped it, I kind of get it because of just how frustrating that experience is. But now, like, especially since you're a binger specifically, now that you can go watch the full story front to back unequivocally with the full answers and everything there at the end, I think it is such a great experience. First off, just the social commentary. Not to say that this hasn't been done before, but I think it was done so well in this. And obviously with the things that we have going on in the world, it is so just apropos. Like it connects so well for so many reasons. I love the amount of gray area that this story forces you into. Like it absolutely puts you smack in the middle of right and wrong, because there is nothing objectively right or wrong about wrong, yes, but there's nothing objectively right. There's no right choices within this entire story. And I think that's super fun. The first half of the story being a complete and utter mystery on just what the heck is up outside the walls, and it just like the level of fear that this anime was able to build up of what is waiting for you outside those walls, or then potentially like everything else that expanded from that, was epic. And then the hard switch it made in like season 3 to season 4 of it going full-blown political drama, as opposed to like we're sneaking the political concepts in behind all the fun shonen-y bloody action. I think that was done really, really brilliantly. I love the animation that Mappa did. I liked Wit Studios animation as well, but I was one of those people who wasn't really mad about the animation switch. I don't think it was great in season 2. I think that's when it switched. But like by the time season 4 hit, it fully matured, and it looked great. Just visually, it was really fun. Again, another one where I think it sought out to tell a story and it did it. And like the fact that you can, like, episode 1 spoils the ending for like the end of it is insane. Like the fact that you can watch episode 1 and it actually shows you like legitimate clips of like the final season and the way the characters look in it, because like it's all a cyclical kind of story, without getting in too big of depth. Like the fact that they started with an idea and ended with that idea, you can see that in the anime, in my opinion. So I think as a complete package, it is just so damn good. I loved the characters. I loved to hate certain characters. I love that it made me hate characters and then made me think of why I hated characters. And then I realized that I myself was a hypocrite. So then I'm like, oh my God, like, wait a minute, this character is brilliant. So for all those reasons, I mean, was the ending what I wanted it to be? Maybe not necessarily, but at the same time, like, it's not about getting what you want. It's about telling the actual story. And I think it absolutely succeeded in telling the story by the end of it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a masterpiece. I actually genuinely do think it's a masterpiece.
Yep. I was weekly with the manga for after season
monthly.
2. Well, monthly, yeah. Yeah.
God, you idiot.
Yeah. No. And then
around... Were you really there weekly?
Yeah.
Listen, it's been years, man. It's been years, decades even.
Decades even.
Yeah, decades even. But no, then around chapter 100, I started. That's when. I don't want to get too specific, but that's when I started like letting it build up and like started to fall off a little bit. And that's about the time that Aaron started to switch his prerogative and what he was going to do and stuff like that. And then the ending really disappointed me. But that said, I haven't revisited it in like one sitting and seen the whole story play out, opposed to reading it as it dropped or reading a couple chapters here and there. So I've heard a lot of people saying, like even people who were detractors of it, saying that it gets better if you just watch it all as a whole. So I have been thinking recently.
It absolutely does. I went back and like rewatched it after like immediately after finishing it, and that experience was twice as good as the first experience. Yeah, it blew me away just because the story knew where it was going. Like I see what Mel said with like I can understand the frustration in the ending, but like it's kind of like what I said with like Cyberpunk and a little bit of like, it's not about your main character getting to a positive end goal. It's just about their story arc. Through Cyberpunk, the character made the wrong choices, and we have the same thing in Attack on Titan. Obviously, like I am never ever going to be one of those who's like, oh yeah, like he's a great dude and he, don't blame him for what he did. Hell no, like that's a fucking awful place to end up. But I think the story specifically doesn't ring hollow because it shows the cycle of humanity and how this is just so. I think it rings true when we reflect it right back on ourselves, and as a third person, like the omniscient reader we are in this whole story. I think that is what's important about it. It's not important about what the characters actually do. I think it's about just like us seeing all of the things that this person went through, and then what they ended up doing because of it, and how that makes us feel. And I think that feeling is super, super important, where it disgusts you, or it repulses you, or it disappoints you, or hurts your feeling. I mean, all of those negative feelings I think are important, and that's what the show was trying to convey, is like, right, wrong, like justified, not justified. Like there are ways to go about these things, and there are ways not to, and we got to see it from the side characters of like the ways you should, or at least them doing their best. Like characters like Armin, one genuinely trying to hold on tightly to that, like, that positive side and stay out of the gray area, and still being dragged in, where your other forces are like the black hole of like darkness, like literally just sucking everything into it. I don't know. I think it told a great story. I think it's important. I think most people should watch it just so they don't have to be dicks in the real life. Like realize what the hell's going on with people, dude. Like, be a better human.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Hearing like knowing a bit about like the conclusion but not the full context, just because I'm alive and I like anime, so obviously I've heard a bit about it by now, and I've watched through like most of the first 2 seasons. I'll definitely have to get back into it. Like I said, there's people in my life like IRL who are like begging me to watch it right now, and I'm like, okay, but you got to get into One Piece. So, but
valid. So valid.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
One
think
Piece is
that
telling a better version of that story, don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
but
hearing
Attack
your
on Titan's doing
testimony
it in a much shorter manner, in a much like more specific manner.
Yeah.
So I think it's still worth hearing.
I think that just based off of hearing what you were saying and whatnot, you should really check out Land of the Lustrous. Like, the anime is one thing in and of itself, but it's like a commercial, because like I said, I don't think we're ever getting a season 2, but it covers like the first 33-ish chapters of 108 chapter like complete. It just finished in May of last year, and it is like the story so much about what you just said. I really think you're gonna really enjoy the manga if you finish Land of the Lustrous. I sobbed my eyes out, dude. It's so good.
Brilliant. No, I mean, again, if I'm gonna end up crying, sign me up, bro.
It's my #1 manga of all time, and I think the anime did a great job of adapting it. And so, like, if you're like hearing that from more than one person, that Land of the Lustrous ending is like in the same league as like some of the revelations that happen and whatnot with what I know of AOT, but I don't know the full context. I'll probably end up finishing the series now that it's actually done and like the hype is down. But it's gonna have to wait because we have so much of a crazy season ahead of us. But I'll get to it for sure. It's on my list. It's moving up my list, I'll say.
Oh yeah,
Lucas.
Yes. My number 3 is One Piece. Specifically the anime. The manga is my number 1 all day, every day. I love One Piece. Based my whole channel around it. The anime, though, I feel like Toei doesn't handle it the best at times. Cody. Like, they should have done a filler arc before Dressrosa. Like, I know fans would have hated it, but they should have, and let the manga.
Dressrosa is almost unwatchable, bro.
Yeah, reading it in the manga is so much better. Like, if you're theory crafting and you need to go to Dressrosa to get evidence, reading it in the manga is the best way to do it. Like, they added too much recap throughout all of Dressrosa, and that's when I switched to the manga. Like, I stopped watching the anime. I went back and rewatched it later, but so even though I love the series more than anything, I have to give it the number 3 spot just because of how it's been handled. I think when the One Piece drops, if it's handled well, that may be my favorite adaptation of it. I really enjoyed the live action as well as an adaptation.
I love live action too.
The reason why I think a lot of people, and myself included, I do rank the first, not the One Piece by wit, but like the Toei adaptation of One Piece so high, not in my top 5. Spoiler alert, it's not in my top 5, but I do rank it so high as like I'm grading it a bit on a curve because of the level of consistency that they are able to provide over so many of these other seasonal projects. Like the fact that more or less uninterrupted for like years at a time with like just little tiny breaks and little tiny, people complain about the filler and stuff. I'm like, you clearly haven't watched it. Like, it's not that bad. Like, there's fluff, but like actual non-canon filler events, it's very few and far between for One Piece. When you look at other long-running shonen, there's like Naruto and Bleach that, or like Boruto and Bleach that are like approaching like 30-40% of like filler content.
Boruto is 70% filler. 70.
It's crazy. Yeah.
70%.
And One Piece is less than 10% filler by volume, which it's a much bigger series, but like I think for a lot of what the Toei adaptation is, I'm grading it on a bit of a curve. I love the series, but I can't rightfully put it in my top. I can respect anybody who puts it in their top 5, especially when they put it so highly. But for me specifically, I just think in a vacuum, it does. There's highs that are so high, but the baseline is not quite there for me.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. There's just moments and peaks in it, like without saying too much. Annie's Lobby, like, you know what I mean. Thriller Bark for me is a big one. Love Long Ring Long Land.
You know me.
I know a lot of people aren't fans of it, but Foxy's my boy.
Bless you, my child.
You know, there's a lot of great arcs.
Bellamy. Oh man,
I love Bellamy.
So I gotta get out of here.
Oh no! Put that headset back on. Where you going, boy?
Oh my goodness.
How long do y'all want this episode to be? Because I can.
But no, that's the thing is, even a side character like that, the fact that we could yap and go back and forth about how we feel passionately one way or the other about them. You know, it speaks levels to the writing. I just think that the adaptation, and I'm not somebody who bashes Toei at all.
Who would do that? Who would do that?
But I also will not.
Stream.
Yeah, I won't like glaze them either. And like, so I think if I'm judging them fairly, I put One Piece pretty high on my list. I don't even know if it scratches top 10, but I have such a crazy amount of respect for the story that I think that carries it really highly still. It's just that there's so many other good anime out there that I don't grade on a curve. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But for what the series has done to me, like I yap about it pretty much every week for hours at a time. Like obviously that's like something that I just there's so few other series that I get that from, and I was anime only for One Piece for the longest time until I got to Wano basically, and I've gone back and reread and things like that. I think that there's scenes that the anime has improved upon, and then there's obviously sequences that I think the manga does better, but I think that it's just a testament to the sheer dedication of keeping this project going and fairly consistent for as long as they have. That alone, it's a titan amongst like the industry, and I fully respect anyone putting it in their top 5.
Dude, it's crossing over into real life as well. Like multiple baseball teams and basketball teams are like, having One Piece nights and One Piece days. Like, that's insane. No other anime has hit that level of hype where it's going that into the mainstream. Like, that's wild. Well, except for Dragon Ball. But it didn't. I don't know. I feel like it's a different level of hype when you're at sporting events that consistently. Yeah,
I was telling a buddy of mine who does like streaming and whatnot. Like, he was thinking about getting into reacting. I'm like, hey, do One Piece content. It's basically an infinite content glitch.
Right up.
Just do that. Like, you can thank me later. Like, oh man,
big facts.
Yeah, but changed my life.
Mad respect.
Same.
Here I am.
Same. Yeah. Here we are. Yeah. That's crazy.
Oh, he said we are. He said the thing. Crazy. My number 3, I won't spend too much time on it because we've already yapped a bit about it, but I put Hunter x Hunter at number 3. I said before, I think it's the number 1 long-running shonen adaptation there has ever been in the anime format, and I adore almost every single individual scene and interaction that was adapted. I think that the slight deviation from what happens in the manga at the very beginning is completely non-consequential, and I think that Madhouse did such a phenomenal job of all of the hype, the fights, the sound design is peaked. Like the OST to the 2011 version, which is the one I'm specifically referring to, is just iconic. I think there's very little things to complain about, and it's one of my absolute favorite series of all time, right up there with One Piece. And I think that the anime adaptation of Hunter x Hunter, in my opinion, is just superior to the anime adaptation of One Piece. So I have to put it here. It is also one of the 3 anime that has ever made me cry. It took me 5 different watch throughs to get to the point where I cried to that scene. But the fact that it still can hold so much emotional impact on a rewatch, and it's like my 5th rewatch at that point in time, it's like, I think that speaks to the levels of depth and design that Togashi implemented into the story, and it was very well adapted.
Hey, I was there for
the
that
anime. Yeah, it was,
we were all crying. We were all
really
crying,
good, man. It's really good. And I could yap for hours live on the Straw Hat Lucas channel about it, which I will be doing soon, actually, where we talk about where the after the anime left off soon. So make sure you subscribe. But Hunter x Hunter is peak. I adore it, and I think that I didn't put many shonen candidates near my top 5. That's the one I had to, because I just think the anime just did such a phenomenal job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can't argue that.
Mel, I have to also say Yu Hakusho has an immaculate dub. Christopher Sabat
really
as Kuwabara. What do we as Kuwabara?
I just love that they used to dub the opening songs. Like the English Smilebone version it's so peak. It's so good. But no, like Togashi is my favorite mangaka of all time because of Yu Hakusho and Hunter x Hunter. And that's coming from a One Piece fan.
2 bangers back to back.
Yeah, that's coming from a One Piece fan though. I adore Oda, but there's just a difference in style, and I vibe with what Togashi has given me, even with like everything holding him back. And so a series that is properly adapted of his, which I think that the Yu Hakusho anime did a really phenomenal job, but he himself did not get to deliver the ending that he wanted for that property. And I won't speak anything about any endings that we may or may not have or get from Hunter x Hunter, but I think that the anime did a phenomenal job of bookending the story in a way that, like, if you want that to be all that there ever is, that works as a sufficient ending.
Yeah,
and
I can agree on that as a non-manga reader. I have no issues with Hunter x Hunter spoilers. I listen to them all the time for my community because I'm still intrigued with the story. But I watched the anime, I saw the end of it, I understand all the health issues and everything that Togashi has, and I love it for my Hunter x Hunter people who are still consistently like keeping up with it. And when you do get a chapter, that's hype. But I can't do that to myself as far as like having another mangaka that I don't know when we're gonna get.
But where the anime.
For. So
yeah,
I'm
where the anime
that,
left is perfect. I think if that's all you want, if there's more there for you, there's so much more to that world to explore for you if you want to get into it and be. Exactly, I think that, and that is something that people flame on the Soul Eater adaptation of the anime because it changed the ending of the series and completely cut a lot of content and things like that, and like. So like that's like something that leaves a scar on a series and whatnot for a long time, for decades even. And
decades.
I think that with Hunter x Hunter, it's so rare and unique that you could have such a succinct conclusion to an anime adaptation that is not where the manga concludes. And for me to be fully okay with that, you know.
Did that happen for everyone?
Like, really bumped.
Yeah,
it did.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going crazy.
It sounded like you got pulled away by a ghost and then like pushed back.
No.
Blackbeard caught you in the void.
Yeah,
I just think they did a really good job making an out if you want to be an anime only. Exactly. And I don't know any other anime in history that has successfully done that to the level that Hunter x Hunter has.
Yeah. That's and you were talking about like how much there is more to explore in the universe and stuff. Like the expanded material is insane. I've been recently reading more about the Greed Island cards. Just holy crap.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Togashi goes hard.
Yeah, Togashi cooks.
That's my number 3. And I know I said I wasn't gonna yap about it, but y'all gotta tell me to stop. Like I will yap about it. Cody, give us your number 3.
I was gonna transition, but I didn't want to cut everyone off while you were yapping. But you know, surprisingly enough, my number 3 is Yu Hakusho. It is one of the best dubbed anime. It is one of the best writing of characters that I think Togashi has ever presented within the main 4 cast. I think the emotional depth that Kurama, Hiei, Kuwabara, and Yusuke Urameshi show, like. With the amount of depth that like all side characters have in Hunter x Hunter, I feel like the amount of depth that's poured into these for protagonists, and as is ever present throughout almost the whole entire series, is freaking amazing. And I really, really, really love Justin Cook and Christopher Sabat's dub performance throughout all of Yu Hakusho. The scene with Yusuke and Pooh in the cave, it like gets me emotional every time when I hear I hear him screaming in pain. I can almost feel it. And then as Pooh's trying to bring the water to him, and then that rock's about to fall, and he's just like, "I've had it now!" Like, you could just feel the desperation that this teenager's feeling, trying to come to terms with having this power and having to rise to the occasion. To Yusuke's emotionless, like, exposition while fighting the younger Toguro brother after a certain cherry blossom tree falls over. I needed to get to this power, and just like the weight that they hold throughout this voice acting for an anime all the way back in the 90s. It's just so freaking mind-boggling to me. And like you guys are saying, with how much Hunter x Hunter soundtrack, how much the characters do for you, like, I still listen to Smile Bomb like all the freaking time.
Oh yeah,
dub
same.
and sub,
Actual
like,
bomb. Unironically.
but yeah, I really freaking love the main cast of Yu Yu Hakusho more than I enjoyed. Like, not to say that I don't enjoy Gon Killua, Leorio, Kurapika, and Hisoka, because Hisoka is more to the main cast. You're gonna have to deal with it, losers. But I love Yu Yu Hakusho. It's something that, like, it's still to this day, I watch it once every year, and
So valid.
it's just good.
Yeah, I have to agree. You even talked about like the performances in the dub as well. Like, I even think back, like, the moment I fell in love with it was like first episode when Kuwabara goes to Yusuke's funeral. Like, holy crap! What an emotional first episode. Yeah, we gotta fight again. Get up! Oh yeah, dude, it's so insane. Like this, like in the whole dark tournament stuff. Without getting too heavy into it, I could cry on stream.
Was this everybody's? Was this everybody's first Truck Kun sighting?
Of course.
Yeah. Oh
yeah,
yeah.
everybody.
This is it.
Definitely. Yeah.
I think I saw a Pokemon get hit by Truck Kun, but I couldn't.
Oh my goodness! The Pokemon
Hold on,
woke up in the digital world.
Didn't Truck Kun take out Joey's sister's eyesight? Didn't?
Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness! That's crazy. But
I gotta mess them up, Yugs. They took
saw-
eyesight.
this
Joey.
Yu Yu Hakusho was one of the first 3 series that I ever like watched, like start to finish, like way back in the day. It was like before I was even like, I think like 11 or 12 years old. Like I didn't know, because like I was watching Pokemon and I was watching like DBZ, but like those had no ending in sight. So like the fact that like this story wrapped up like it did, it was like is one of the. I still go back every year and watch through the Dark Tournament, like literally at least once a year. It's so iconic and ingrained in my mind, and I love it so much. Like it's a big part of the reason why I adore Togashi to the level that I am. It's not just Hunter x Hunter; it's a huge part Yu Yu Hakusho as well. And because it was something that I watched in a much more formative time for my tastes before I knew even really what anime was. Like it means so much to me. So I have so much respect for you for putting this so high, Cody. Like absolutely.
Yeah, like I said in the chat decades ago.
Yeah,
sorry, Cody.
The freaking, like I said, the character depth. Like, not to say that there isn't character depth within the protagonists that we get throughout Hunter x Hunter, but I feel like a lot of that is strewn about the rest of the side cast, which isn't a bad thing on Togashi's part at all. It's just like, I love how much emotional maturity Yusuke goes through the entire series. Like at the end when he's having his talk with Keiko, when she's like, I guess you'll have to meet my new husband, and he just proposes right there. I'm like, oh, you're so perfect. How did you do this? Oh, it's peak, and I freaking love it. But all right, the Kuwabara imitation.
Well, you're meshy. You have to try to fight me one more time.
Fun fact, I met Chris Sabat, and he asked me, like, which one of the voices, like, I grew up with hearing. And I remember saying, oh, man, I really loved your Kuwabara I really loved your Kuwabara performance. It's like something that really formatted my love for the series of anime. And he's like, Kuwabara, I haven't heard that name in years. And I like started crying like in front of Chris Sabat. I was like, oh
I
man,
have to
you're
do
so
it.
amazing.
So freaking
Every time somebody mentions him, I have to say it. Fun fact, a little bit of Vex lore. I actually went to the same high school as Chris Sabat, but he graduated like a decade before I did. At least.
Decades ago.
Decades. But no, I didn't go like at the same time as him, but like I did go to the same high school he went to, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, walk the halls, man.
Exactly. Like I got shoved in the same lockers. Like, no, I'm kidding.
The bully is still there, actually.
Yeah,
it's that same dude.
He was like, 43-year-old dude.
65
Go to
now.
pick though.
It's amazing.
You got a number 2 for us, Jacoby.
Ooh, we're already on to number 2. Dude, so we're getting into the basic bitch answers, but I cannot deny this. This really just like kind of dove me into this world of like massive shonen. But Bleach, easily one of the most iconic anime.
Yeah.
It's your favorite mangaka's favorite manga. I mean, there's a lot that can be said about the anime, and I know it's a little bit more of an uphill battle to like gas up the anime, but overall, the worst parts of it are skippable. If you don't want the filler, it's just skippable. You can Google that. So if that's an issue, it's a non-issue. The pacing in certain moments, all right, I'll give you that. It can get rough, but what other anime from that era, in that capacity doesn't have that problem? Aside from that, though, dude, Ichigo is like my GOAT main character. Like, he's my GOAT main character. And I just love a shonen character who's confident in himself from jump. He still has room to grow and he still has to learn, but he believes in himself day one. I mean, him calling the ambulance for those like 5 dudes, it is still just like one of the best freaking moments in anime history.
It's hard, bro.
And that's before he's a Soul Reaper. That's before he even has power. He's just a badass dude.
5 ambulances.
yeah, dude, exactly. Just like ice freaking cold. Soul Society arc is one of the best arcs in anime, in my opinion. It is just so much fun. Just the power fantasy in it is so sick. The creativity, again, like we said, this inspired so many absolute banger anime that we're watching and we're already talking about today. Like, I would argue a good 30% of like popular shonen is just a direct influence to Bleach one way or another. And then for them to come back and do the 1,000-Year Blood War the way they're doing it right now, like, that is top 3 best animated anime coming out currently, and like, you can't tell me otherwise. Like we were talking earlier, and Vex like pointed out, like, when you have a studio that is made specifically to make one thing and do it great, like, it shines. And that's exactly what they're doing for Bleach right now. Studio Periot made a whole separate studio where it's like their movie studio, but it's like all 100% like focused on Bleach. So animation wise, it's going through the roof. We're getting to a point where we can start arguing the anime being better than the manga in the simple fact of Shonen Jump was pressuring Kubo to finish up the manga during 1,000-Year Blood War, so he rushed a couple plot points. And in the anime, we are getting canon material that we never saw in the manga. And Kubo's getting a chance to tell the real story that he wanted to tell. And I think, I mean, as far as battle shonen's concerned, it virtually does not get better than current 1,000-Year Blood War, assuming you're caught up, because like the level of fights, the level of action is insane. And I haven't even talked about the music, dude. The music is just legendary. Like the first 3 openings are some of the best openings in all of anime history. Shout out Orange Range and Asterisk. That song, I know every word to like 10 different songs, all in Japanese for Bleach. It's absolutely unreal good. On top of like the OSTs of, Invasion and like Ichigo's main theme when the black woman starts singing and we all just lose our freaking minds and go feral. It's just, there's too much greatness within Bleach. And also, again, it does have some nostalgia, of course, for me. That was like the first anime that I was torrenting. Like, I caught it as they were starting to air the 2nd season. So I torrented all of the Soul Society arc and watched all of that, or almost all of it. I had it all the way up to the Aizen moment.
Oh,
and then I had no more episodes, and I'm like, excuse me, and literally like that's where it was, dude. all of Bleach's anime OPs are bops. That's an absolute fact, dude. They're all just outright listenable music. OPs and outros too, dude. Like Bleach just it's too good for me to not put up there. I do like overall the ending of Thousand Year Blood War. Is it the best ending in the world? Not necessarily. But I'm not mad at it. I've read the manga, so like I do know where we're going with this. I like what we got to see. And like Cody's saying, like that being a high potential to be coming into like the anime realm, since this is doing so good. The Hell arc actually getting freaking like animated and all that, dude. Life is good to be a Bleach fan. Bleach is overhated and underappreciated, in my opinion. It is not. I mean, it's more influential than Naruto and One Piece, in my opinion. I'm not saying it's bigger, but it's more influential. And
if I may, I put Bleach at third for overall in the top 3, if I'm being honest. But I always put it at 1 for art, his Tight Kubo. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah. The man's use of negative space,
is phenomenal.
It's fucking beautiful, brother. There are so many emotional moments. Cody told me that the anime Forward Your arc isn't that well received. It's my favorite arc because of the manga. The manga delivers it so well.
I love the Fullbringer arc, but like it's so overhated.
Dude, the Ichigo stuff, it broke my heart, man. It is so brutal.
Insane.
I've not watched the anime. I've only looked up some fights and stuff like that. Like with the when Thousand Year Blood War started, I looked up that Kenpachi fight. Like I had to, and I was like, okay, that was insane.
If you already read it all, I would honestly even with me putting it so high as my number 2, I still wouldn't argue for somebody to start watching it. It needs a remake. It needs the remake treatment for real, like many of these other things. The pacing is rough. And older animation will always just be older animation. I think they did a great job at it, but it's not compared to this. But Thousand Year Blood War is just something different, bro. If you've read it already, then I would just say start on episode 1 and just of Thousand Year Blood War and just watch those, bro. You're just in for a treat. It's eye candy. It's just pure eye candy.
Is it finished now? That's what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for it to finish.
No. We have one more core to come.
Okay, yeah. I might try to catch up or just wait till that core's over and then binge it all.
Valid.
Yeah.
I would if I would just putting just the Thousand Year Blood War stuff that I've seen so far as a separate series from the original, I would say there's 0 misses. But the original as high as the original has gotten several arcs for me, there's just so much filler that I do take that into account. So if I'm grading the full anime, pre-break and post-break, and now the things that they're putting out now, I have to say that does drag it out of my top 10 area. But if I were just looking at what I've seen from Thousand Year Blood War arc, dude, it is so good. It's so phenomenal. But I don't think that there is the same distinction to give it. You know what I mean?
I think that's fair. And I will say, in my placing of this, I am taking the filler out of it. So if we are just truly taking exactly the anime adaptation, it's probably low top 10s for me because of everything you just said. I think that's all valid. But skippable content is something that I'm willing to look past. Personally, at least in this day and age, when you can just Google it. It's not like you're stuck watching it episode by episode on Adult Swim. So
exactly, yeah, that's how I feel as well. That's actually why I switched to the manga for Naruto, is because the guides for skippable content.
I tell everyone to switch to that.
Yeah, because the skippable guides were so confusing. It'd be a third of this episode and 2/3 of this episode, but then a third of this, and it's oh, okay. I'm next, correct?
Hi, next. I'm Vex.
Oh
my God. He did it. He did the thing. Got his ass.
Got me. Straight up though, my number 2 is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
W.
Somebody went on my enemy list before this.
You gotta say it right.
Say it right.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. But yeah, it's the first series, because I first found it when the first season dropped on Adult Swim of the 03 series. And then
that was decades ago, by the way.
Yeah, I know, decades ago, by the way. Decades ago,
only
guys.
Decades, yeah.
But it was the first manga that, like, I had, like, the shittiest dial-up internet and was getting on, like, the shittiest sites, reading chapters and stuff like that. Yeah, dude.
Hell yeah, brother.
I was 12, being
good
like,
old
oh,
days.
yeah. Yeah.
These kids
Oh my
like to
God,
talk about me.
no.
Don't know what I went through.
I know, dude. It was amazing. And then when the anime finished, and I was still reading the manga, obviously, because it hadn't finished yet, and I saw the true ending of the series, I was like, oh my God, I want this to be animated so bad. And then Brotherhood comes out, and it was perfect.
Like,
It was so good. Yeah, I was like ascending. Like, it was so good. It's one of those series that you can sit down and rewatch anytime. I've rewatched it multiple times. I'd probably over 100 times by now. You know what I mean? It's one of those ones that I could just revisit anytime. The emotional beats always hit. The character development always hits. The ending always hit. Like, it's so good. Gosh.
Kush Wyland, dude.
I think that it's like quintessential when you're talking about like top anime of all time. There's like the whole thing with my anime list where it was heralded at the top one rated spot for like 13 years, mostly interrupted because every single time anything else would pop above it, there would be a ton of people who would go and review bomb that thing and create alts to upvote FMAB. But like regardless of the whole hype or hate or anything surrounding it, it is just really good. It's just really quality.
Yeah.
It's one of the best, protagonists in the whole, like in that whole term protagonist. Oh yeah, you're right. But like it's such a full story that's told really, really well. And I was somebody who watched the 2003 version first and got really lost. Like I was just like, what? So I didn't go immediately into Brotherhood when it came out, but I rewatched it several times, when I was more of an adult and now and things like that. And it's goated. It's
goated, yeah.
It's definitely one of the best of all time. I can't put it in my top 5 because like I don't have as much of a connection as a lot of people do seem to have, but I respect anybody who has that.
I'm the same way. Like, I think it's objectively amazing. I'm not that connected to it, but I totally get why people put it there.
Dude, like the animation, like even the side characters arcs, like everything with Roy Mustang and Mace Hughes and what happens there, like in the military side of things and the espionage aspect of it all. Like it's just really, really well done. The mangaka has a new series about long lost twins that come back together. I have the first volume of it. I read it a while ago. I really need to sit down and reread it, give it my full attention. But it was pretty good from what I remember. But yeah, I really, really enjoyed the series. I think it's so well done, so put together from start to finish. Yeah. And has a little nerd fact. That was the first time I ever bought an anime figure. I saw a little Alphonse and Edward figure, and I was like, I have to have this. I begged my parents. It was like $40. It was they got it for me though. Hell yeah. Cool mom and dad moment.
Well done.
Well done. Yeah, well done.
That's right there, son.
Oh my God. He went a mic guy on you. Crazy.
All right, now, Lee.
Oh man.
All women have a flower.
Okay. Wow. Transitioning quickly away from that as quickly as I possibly can.
No. Let's stay on it.
No, let's not. Let's not.
My number 2 anime of all time is, and I talked a bit about it already, is
you've made 2 of us in this call watch it with you.
I have, and it's so good. I feel like if I were to rewatch it again, it will make me sob uncontrollably. But it is Ancient Magus Bride.
Oh yeah, I'd sob.
It's such a departure from the things that when I first got into it, was actually watching, and it kind of really opened my mind up to different genres and to different styles of storytelling. It's very like Studio Ghibli-esque in the magic and the world around you and things like that, but instead of like yokai and like like that kind of like influence, it's more of like a European like old magic with a K, kind of styling, and it's just the world is so full of whimsy and mystery, and the storytelling is so emotionally intelligent. Every single character you can kind of see represents different fiction tropes and different even mental conditions, and like neurodivergence is represented on so many different scales. These different relationships and psychologies are so intricately interlaced, and the overarching plot is extremely gripping, and like I love so much about it. Studio Wit did a really good job with season 1, which unfortunately had come to its conclusion before the manga had gotten to that point, so it had technically an anime original ending to the first season, and so that felt a little bit rushed in the last episode there. But studios, they'd had their own studio entirely made specifically with the sole purpose to create the season 2 that this anime got, which part 1 and part 2 are phenomenal. 10 out of 10 for me. I have given out like less than like a dozen or so 10s in my anime list tracking, and this has 2 of them because season 2 part 1 and part 2, and like it's just a really beautiful story. And to somebody who is dealing with, at that point in my life, a lot of toxicity and a lot of like these places and spaces where I felt like I could not be emotionally vulnerable, this series meant a lot to me in helping break down a lot of those walls. And it got me to the point where I feel like I enjoy anime a lot more now because of what this series has given to me. You know what I mean? So it means a lot. And I think that it has only gotten better, and I'm extremely hyped for season 3 in another 5 years, you know?
Yeah. I think the emotional delivery too, like you're talking about all the psychological concepts, the way that it's not in your face about it. It's not just spelled out for you. It's the complexities of the characters, but it's not so complex that like you'd struggle to understand it. It's really, really well done, and the emotional hits are shattering every single time. Like every single time. There's not a time where something either sad or immensely happy and joyful happens that you're like not this like full tears streaming down your face, and like it's insanely well written.
This show made me literally ball up and go into the fetal position like more than once, where I was just like, it's gonna be okay, right? It's gonna be okay.
Yeah, like, I almost got there.
It's like
it was pretty bad.
Partly it was like the state I was in when I first watched it, and then and then it crept its way into like the inner workings of my psychology as who I am now, that at that point, like later on when I was in a better place and I was watching season 2, it like brought that back. I don't know, man, it was crazy. This show actually hits, like it's got hands and it's crazy with them. Like there's not many other shows in existence that have like not just hit me, but like shaped me to the degree that this one has.
Yeah,
dude, big respect. You got me thinking I should probably watch this.
It's more slice of life and romance, and so it's definitely not your typical battle shonen or you know, mystery or intrigue, but there are layers of mystery. There are really solid fights and action sequences, and it's like it has a little bit of something for everybody. What I will say is that it 1000% does not pass the 1 episode test, but it passes the
1,000,000%
3 episode. It passes the 3 episode test with
like a booty
flying
first
colors.
Like,
I don't know.
Not good
the first episode is the worst. So it sets up the premise, which is unconventional. I won't unpack all of that right now. It sets up the premise, which is very unconventional.
Very unconventional.
It does make sense down the line, but they don't explain that to you right away. Yeah. Well, no, the 3rd episode though is one of my most singularly cherished episodes in all of. I put the 3rd episode of this, I put above the 7th episode of Dandadan, which was phenomenal. But like the 3rd episode of Ancient Magus Bride is crazy. It's so good, dude. Like it introduces a character, and in such a small amount of time you get so much emotional connection and attachment. And then like it's crazy the level of maturity that this writing, you know, portrays to the audience through the main character as like that surrogate, without it feeling like, I don't know, because there's a lot of instances where I feel like the main character is just nothing, and that's okay as long as you develop from that. And there's so many series that don't develop from that. I feel like the full development and trajectory that you're barely getting the even understanding how the scope of that could be in the first 2 episodes. On episode 3, I feel like if you're not sold by that 3rd episode, I don't know what to tell you. It's immaculate. It's so good, dude.
Yeah, it's super duper good. Mel, insanely good point in the chat.
Yeah,
Magus Bride makes you feel like your vulnerabilities are the most invisible thing in the world, the best way possible. Yeah, it hits every exposed nerve. Everyone.
It legitimately felt like therapy. Like before I was ever somebody who was like going to therapy, like this was like, it was like an outlet for me. It's something that I clung onto in the darkest of times. And I think that it can do that for people who just get past the first. If you get past the first episode,
that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah,
I'll give it a 3-ep test, bro. Sounds like it's a valid one.
Yeah, the 3rd episode rocks. Like, it's just so good.
Hell yeah.
There's like, I could speak about each individual facet of it, like the music and like the individual character design and things like that. I just the more you pay attention and the more of an open mind you keep getting into it, like it will fully blow you away. Like even on a rewatch, there's like tons of stuff that I didn't quite put together in my first pass, and I've watched it through like 5 or 6 times now, and I love it more and more every single time, especially the latter half of season 2. It's it's so good. Cody,
what's up?
We in that top 2, baby. What you got?
JoJo's Kimi wa Boken Golden Win. Oh man, if I had to, even as a self-contained story, I could talk about part 5 of JoJo's forever. Part 7 is my favorite top 1 in manga. I've been monthly with JoJo's ever since I finished all of the anime and like my ginormous freaking run. But freaking 5 as an anime, as like a standalone self-contained story, I freaking love it. I love it. I love the sound design. I love the soundtrack. I still listen to freaking JoJo's El Vente Doro like every freaking day. Every day. I love Giorno's theme. Listen, the whole cast of La Passione, freaking phenomenal freaking characters that bounce off of the main protagonists of our JoJo's this season is like freaking peak. I also love the dichotomy that Giorno shows off, because I don't want to spoil too much because Lucas still isn't caught up yet.
Yeah, please don't. I'm in
part
part 4. Please don't.
It's like I'm gonna have to like just. Yeah, no, you're not. It's okay to admit you're not.
I'm like 30 chapters away from the end of part 4.
When did Alexa? When did El Vente Doro come out? That's crazy. You've had over decades to get updated.
Cody triggering people's phones.
But I literally could speak on why part 5 is one of my favorite animated parts in all of JoJo's. I even love the dub. I love the sub. I love the fancy little names that they give to everything. I love the 17-page Muda that we get. Like, the whole fight with Chocolata is probably one of my favorite freaking fights, because it shows off the perfect dichotomy of what our JoJo is. All the while, there's a whole other fight happening with the other Bucciarati, and having to come to terms with his like placement in this world right now, because it's so phenomenal. And like it's Araki's peak, because like
I think that the side characters, even the one who gives a lot of pushback and that you're not supposed to like understand or fully vibe with them at first, like I really love the way that a lot of the interactions are handled between the core crew, like the boys. But I think like Mista and Narancha are just so phenomenal as side characters. I absolutely adore both of them. Bucciarati's the GOAT. Like there's not a single bad character that isn't written that way for Araki to specifically like portray that they're a bad, you know, like it's really, really, really well done, and it's like breakneck when coming from part 4 to going into 5, like how gas it gets, because part 4 is pretty chill outside of like the suspenseful moments, you know, in the climactic bits, but like part 5 is like very gas like almost the whole time, you know what I mean?
Dude, the torture dance, the freaking like the extent of cruelty that they'll show off, plus the amazing use of stands like being portrayed throughout the whole freaking series. The amount of different musical references that are like shown off, it's amazing. I freaking love like, and then Araki's backdrops, like the one-to-one detail with Venice and freaking like Italy, like all of Rome being able to show off like to a one-to-one. You can go stand in all of these places where all these amazing freaking things in like happen in JoJo's. And I think that's freaking crazy. You can literally go down and walk down these streets of Venice and like go see where Giorgio like bought ice cream, or you can go down and see where like
they do that. That is
it's just like Shibuya.
I know. I can't believe Araki created Venice.
It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's amazing that he was able to draw inspiration from the real world and portray it in a manga to a one-to-one scale and put his characters in that world in a believable way to where they can interact with it. It's mind-boggling to me. I freaking like, and David Productions, let's like, I we were all gassing up Fire Force and how amazing they've been doing on that. This sound design is immaculate. The soundtrack is immaculate, and the voice acting for sub and dub, I don't care how many people hate Superman. I don't care. It's still goated.
Like, I have been meaning to do a rewatch because it's been a minute for me. Not quite decades, but it's been a minute for me. And I cannot wait until either Kush and or Lucas get there, because they're currently watching through JoJo's or reading through at their own pace.
Me and Kush are watching it, and
they're both in part 4, and I'm like, I love part 4 so much, but part 5 is truly built different. It has some of the highest highs in the entire collective.
It has my favorite anime opening. Like I love freaking Fighting Gold, and I know that's such a hot take because like freaking
it's respectable. Like I mean, it's no Sonochi no Sadame, but it's really good. Like,
listen, I know how good a JoJo part's gonna be with whatever song they choose to be the anime outro. Like part 2 using yes, part 2 using yes, part 3 using fucking walk like an Egyptian.
You're not ready.
And then part 4 using Savage Garden. Like, it's so good. It's like
Vex, he's not ready. Vex, he's not ready. Vex.
I think we're not ready for when SBR finally gets animated, but yeah,
I'm not ready for SBR. It's a replace Golden win for me.
Yeah, for me, part two is my favorite of the adapted anime parts, but part 7 is my favorite manga part. I mean, it's gonna be insane when that finally comes out. But I put part 4 and part 5 very close to the top. I think that they're extremely comparable in my opinion. I get the love for 5 though, specifically because there's just a lot more that it can build off of from like the preceding parts. Like Araki does a really good job of introducing and building up off of things as the snowball keeps rolling down the hill. And I think part 5 gets the benefit more than most other parts from all of that. So yeah, I love it. I adore it. It's a solid pick. I respect that.
Yeah, same. Just from what I know about JoJo's, I'm very hyped to get to the rest of the series. And every time I see you getting excited about like Steel Ball Run and like other future parts that I haven't got to yet, it just makes me so much more hyped to get there, because part 4 has almost surpassed completely part 2 for me, which part 3 did not do. And I love part 2 so much. It's so good. But I'm really vibing with part 4 right now.
Getting to weekly with like the memes and everything coming out for part 5 was just like so surreal. Like it was, and to see how influential it was on other anime and other mediums of shows. Like I freaking love JoJo. This shit
is part 5 where like a good bulk of like the community memes come from for JoJo.
Yes, 1000%. Yes.
So I'm like halfway through like part 3 right now. My brother is a massive JoJo's fan. And I've been on record to hate on JoJo's, and I do not actually hate it in an objective manner. It just hasn't caught me yet. I don't know if it's for me or not. You know, like It isn't bad. I don't think it's bad. And I totally see that everyone like there's a reason people love it, quite obviously. But I'm still waiting for that like bug to actually catch me and me be like, oh wait, I can't wait to watch the next episode. Like I just can't get into the story so far. Like there's not.
I think part 4 will do a lot of that for you, and then I think part 5 will hit it home. You know what I mean? Like it's like so far the pickle jar has been loosened. I think that like.
The lid's about to come off.
For me, part 2 is so phenomenal for a self-contained bit, and then when you put it in the mix with the other parts that you get, I think that it's definitely the outlier, and it's from the first like 5 or 6 parts. It's my favorite for sure. But he really hits a stride in part 4, and then fully sprints in part 5. Is like the best way I could put it. So I would say stick with it for sure.
We gonna get back to it one of these days.
Jacoby.
It's time for your number 1 though, Jacoby. And I need to hear it.
All right.
Homie, Meise, Chikara.
Exactly. Guys, it's One Piece, dude. It's One Piece. And
I heard that's real.
I'm pretty sure it is at this point. I'm not, I'm not.
It's the friends we made along the way.
Teller, but it's giving. It's real. I
heard it's in your heart.
It better not be, dude.
It's the friends you made along the way. He said it better fucking not be.
I'm like, wait, it's in there. Just everything gets violent. But no. There is a lot to be said. I actually agree with all of the Toei hate that we've been spewing for the most part, specifically on Cody's side. Toei's done a lot wrong. Don't get me wrong. They've done a lot wrong, but look, the experience for watching One Piece for me was just unlike anything else. It obviously changed my life. It's the reason I'm sitting right here with you guys. Like, it's the reason I have like the lovely community around me. It changed everything. And even with the pacing issues, like we said, there's virtually no filler in it, only 10%, and that filler is freaking goated. Like the filler is actually
G8.
so good.
Hell yeah.
G8.
My goat filler, like G8 goes crazy, but the one with the little girl and the fireworks, bro, I cry every time.
Dude.
That has Usopp's best moment in the entire story, and that happened in a filler between like Alabasta.
That's a crazy statement. That's a crazy statement to me.
I'm gonna go pee. I can't believe you just said that.
Go back and watch the filler, dude.
No, I respect.
I love
respect that
Usopp.
take for sure.
Dude, listen.
Me and Jacoby have talked about this 100 times.
I've toned down my Usopp hate quite a bit. And I've actually like started doing a lot of theory crafting on what like I think / hope he does. We're not going to get into that, but I will say I'm not here to like dog on Usopp like that, at least for now. But yeah, dude, it's got to be One Piece for me. Like, watching the anime front to back right now is a masterclass in animation. You literally get to watch animation evolve through the decades. And that being said,
except for sound design, am I right? No, I'm kidding.
No. The sound design passed in One Piece. I'll agree with
that.
No, I respect you. Like I said earlier, it's a titan. It's like it is stood the test of time, and like what Laidback Devil is saying in chat right now, it's like it seems basic to people who don't know, but like it's so ridiculously popular and held in high regard for a reason. Of all of the hype, it's like I feel like it's the most justified to put One Piece so high because it has walked the walk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And like we can sit there and talk about the issues that it has because it's not perfect, of course. But in my opinion, like a little bit opposed to what you said earlier, Vex, but like with no shade, like I just think everything else stands so far above. And then like once you hit Wano and then Egghead, like that animation is unlike anything else, like period. There is not one anime that you can compare animation style wise to what they're doing with One Piece through Wano and then especially now in Egghead. Like the Vincent episodes, Homegirl who did 1015, like 1015 is like just something every human on the planet should get the chance to see one day. Like
shout out Megumi Ishitani for sure.
Yes.
For sure.
the Lucci eye moment without saying too much in Egghead.
Yeah,
I get chills every time I see it. Every time I see it, I'm like,
dude, yeah, absolute chills. No, you're so right. And like, and then just I don't know, the ups and downs these days. And like, I will say this, and this is my hot take, I like the anime much better than I like the manga. The only reason I like the manga better is because it's ahead of the anime. And I know it's a super hot take, but like the manga is so difficult for me to see what's going on the panels. Like in the still panels where like we're just getting like faces and like backgrounds or like just the characters presented, that's cool. But like without much spoilers, a lot of the fights in Egghead, I was like the chat was telling me what was going on. Like they're like, oh, by the way, that one little black dot in the top right of the corner is Luffy actually, and that's him. And I was like, oh, really? And then like, you know, the moment with Kobe during Egghead as well. If your anime caught up, you know, like that moment, I didn't know who was throwing the attack until the next page over, and then I was like, oh, now that I go back, I can see that it was actually that's where he was. He was right there on that little dot. So like the pages just get way too busy for me. Older One Piece is a lot better about that from what I've seen. I've done a lot of digging through the older One Piece style. But again, Oda's the GOAT, all love to him, you know, like obviously like One Piece is on top, but I love the anime experience of One Piece mostly over the manga experience, save for certain arcs like Dressrosa, that was just pure ass.
Yeah.
Wedding cakey.
Which is the reason why I hate Bellamy so much. Maybe I wouldn't hate Bellamy if I just read the manga, but God.
That's probably why I like. Well, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I was gonna say, yeah, that's why I like him so much, is because I experienced most of his Dressrosa stuff in the manga because of how bad the anime was for me in Dressrosa. But I have to agree that the anime has like such depth to it. Like you'd said, it changed my life as well. Shout out Lucas, you know. And then just like the emotional moments in it hits you to the core as a human being. Yeah. And it's just it's Oda's story translating so well to screen that it can impact so many people.
Dude.
I think
me and Cody met because he was doing the Odin dance. And it was the Blackbeard theory before that, and then it was the Odin dance. Yes.
Like I said, it's a titan in the industry, and it's earned its position where it's been because it has certainly walked the walk, and like it's changed a lot of people's lives and whatnot. I think that where the anime currently stands, it's like on such a crazy run quality wise. Even if you account for the hiatus that we had, like it's still one of the most consistent quality experiences in more recent years. And I think that there's a lot of people who will hold a lot against Toei for the past and whatnot, and I can understand that to a degree, but the team is, you know, evolving, and the approach is adapting, and it's only up from here. Like I think that like stocks are already in the absolute like stratosphere, but they're only going to keep going up. Like I think that I understand some Toei gripes, but like I think that in the current like era of the anime, I think all of that is kind of overlookable. You know what I mean?
I'm right there with you on that, bro. Like Egghead was a masterclass, and even pre the break, like the last 10 episodes we got before the 6-month break, every single episode was like the one episode in a 12 or 24 episode series that you get that's really, really good, and all the rest are kind of meh because they blew the budget on one episode. Dude, they're blowing the budget on every damn episode every single week, bro. Like it's nuts. Like you can't beat that.
Yeah, since the break and coming back, besides the Chopper recap episodes, like, which there's been too many already, every episode has just hit. It's just hit so hard. Like, I'm not going to speak on too much, but like, oh my God.
If I get one every 5 or 6 episodes, and that maintains a year-round schedule instead of having to go to Cours or like something like that, I literally don't give a shit. I think people are just kind of.
I think One Piece would
really
benefit
feel
from
like
going
people
to
are
Cours.
sensationalizing that. I would think that if the way that Toei is currently pumping out the quality, I don't think we need that with the amount of source material that is able to be adapted. But because they've been keeping a 1-to-1 adaptation in the most recent events, so I really don't think that there's much benefit that we would have pacing wise, which was the most people's complaint about everything with Toei.
I didn't think the pacing was going to change at all. Like I feel like that was just like a bunch of cope, because like it doesn't make sense that it would. Pacing wise, I mean, it really was just a break for the animators. I think the only real disappointment about that 6-month break is like sound design didn't come back strong at all. And we got a 6-month break. We've gotten 11 episodes since then, and 3 of them have been like Chopper's breakdowns. So it's like,
you remember Trafalgar Law getting his shit kicked in by Blackbeard?
I'm so sick of like whenever we have certain characters powering up and everyone complains that it's like, oh, it's Super Saiyan like, and it's like, well, yeah, it's Super Saiyan like. They're literally using the same sounds they use for Dragon Ball. Like,
literally,
what did you expect from Toei? Like, they're not even like. I feel like it's more of like Vex said earlier. If you're gonna review content, review One Piece, because they only view it as an infinite content machine, and I just feel like they're taking abuse of the fact that they can get away with it, because we will happily eat this slop instead of saying, man, I wish we would. I wish there was more kickback,
because it's weird boinky sounds and you know, Saiyan zips.
Like it could be better. Like I literally have watched. I've watched people on whatever you want to call Elon's site. They have redone the scene multiple whatever it is this Z. Sorry. But like they've redone the episodes themselves and being like, "Hey Toei, you should hire me because I can do sound design." And like watching this scene reimagined, is I'm like, wow, like
they're killing this.
Imagine if we were.
So cool.
I mean, there's an argument that that's a part of the style, though. Is like if you were to like have something like Fire Force continue on for another 25 years, and they were using the same ignition sound effects and things like that, I don't think anyone would complain. It's just a product of the fact that it spanned like this huge gap in streamlining of the industry, and like if them being more true to that style, I don't see it solely as a lazy decision, although I do see it partly as that. I just think that like it would feel extremely jarring to just like wake up the next episode, like the next day, watch the next episode, and then all of a sudden, oh wow, this really feels like it's like 2025 instead of like what it's been trying to be this entire time, which is just itself. I think that like if there was a time to switch things up, I mean, it's just Toei, you know what I mean? Like One Piece existed back then as well, you know what I mean? So it's like there's no patent, there's no copyright to that. It's like, so I mean, I don't know. No, I think that the complaints are semi-valid, but I think people are just blowing it out of proportion online.
Once Wit Studio brings us out the One Piece, we'll have a definitive answer, I feel like. And
I don't think that's fair, because that's a product of a different era.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's a valid comparison, but I do think it's going to blow shit out of the water and be phenomenal.
I think it is a valid comparison because they are literally the same IP being adapted.
From a different, there's different giants that it's standing on, though, is like the thing is if you've done something for 26 years, you know, on with like, and it's been succeeding, there's like that argument of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And like people are complaining now, but that's like because there's been a lot of revolutionizing of the industry. And I feel like it's,
I think that's our issue. We're just stuck comparing. Why the fuck are we comparing, you know, like One Piece to Fire Force or even to Frieren or, you know, any
products of completely different eras? There's full decades in between.
Because it should grow as the industry grows. As we get better animation, I feel like everything should grow with the show to make it not just good, but only better. Like
I will agree with you on that, Cody. I think it should grow, but I think it will always fit within its own box. But you are right. It should be getting better. I do still have a gripe with the sound design, but it's
One Piece has grown though in a lot of aspects. Like sound design, no, because it's like their sound design.
I mean, it has grown in sound design. It just hasn't grown to the level that maybe you would expect
to match the animation that they're putting out.
To the level that the industry has grown in the past 25 plus years. No, it hasn't. But I don't think that is like something that people don't go to One Piece expecting phenomenal sound design, and so I'm okay with that being left in like a little bit like on the back burner when it comes to things that if they're going to reinvent the wheel on something, I would rather them focus on the things that honestly matter more to me, because like sound design is important, but I don't think that what One Piece does is bad. I think that it could be better, sure, but I don't think it's bad by any means.
Valid. My only other thing I want to say really quick about One Piece, but I know we've been yapping for way too long. As much as I'm stoked for the Wit Studio remake, I think it is going to be great. But like, I think we're putting a lot of weight and expectation on it that is unrealistic in the simple fact of, like, if the Wit remake actually happens to like the full degree, if it remakes all of it, we're looking at 20 more years of animation to catch up to where we are today. At a pace that's unsustainable by today's standards, which would actually push that number higher. And no matter how you cut it, them upping the pace I think will be great, but no matter what, something's going to get cut out that's going to like piss people off. Like, it's going to happen. And it's going to happen consistently over and over again because it has to. And in that regard, it's going to be a really interesting thing to try to compare the Wit remake with like what it is, because like it'll be an unfair comparison in the fact of, you know, this is East Blue Saga being animated in 2025 versus, you know, 1999 or whatever. So like, not a fair comparison because 1999 had no chance, you know. Now I do agree, like that is a moment to make sound design better, to make the art and the flow and the pace better. But dude, like, as much as I'm stoked for this like remake, and trust me, I'm gonna be watching it and yapping about it, I'm not stoked for another 25 years of the same story just to get to wwhere I am today, you know, let alone the actual end of the story, and it doing it and trimming so much fat that, you know, I'm curious. I'm nervous about how they will be able to successfully trim that much out of it to let it stand up to today's standards and it still be the amazing story that it is today.
There's gonna be a lot left on the cutting room floor. I don't think it's gonna be anything of major consequence. Like, they'd be kind of foolish to do that, but I do think that there's gonna be that vocal minority on the internet that will complain about anything, and there's gonna be an overlap of people who are complaining about the sound design with current Toei animation and things like that, and those people who are gonna complain about the studio, and they're gonna just drop the series entirely. But like, I don't think that it's gonna be a 1-to-1 as far as the people who are right now talking about how upset they are with Toei and sound design. I think that some of them will be okay with like, and I think that the people that we lose from the fandom, or at least the anime side of it, from this new adaptation, because it's inevitable, it's going to happen with the live action as well. It's just, we've seen it before with season 1. And so like, I think that the people that are going to get into the series because of this far outweigh like that vocal minority. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I say all that to say, it'll be the best thing to happen to One Piece at the time. I ain't mad about it. I'm just saying it's going to take a long time. Everyone's going to just dive right back into the original anime from that one.
Even if they pick it up, compress it, it's still going to take like fucking 8 to 10 years to get to Wano.
It's going to hurt, depending on how they decide to dub it in too, because with Frankie's voice actor, Yao-san, retiring from the voice acting role of Frankie, you know, Mayumi Takanaka is getting up there. I mean, all of them are getting older, and as
we have to recast,
progressing forward in the story, it's like, how are we gonna handle casting? How are we gonna handle?
Oh well, the new one's gonna have a completely new cast, I'm assuming.
I think so as well.
I'm positive they will.
I'm at like, I'm pretty much 100% on we're gonna get. There's no way. I as much as I'm sure
I'm playing Bocce.
Like, the voice actors currently love the job they're doing for One Piece. I can't imagine them being willing to like jump back and do it all over again. Considering the ages of a lot of people.
There's been role reprisals in voice acting across studios as series have been like the rights have been bought and sold and things like that. There have been role reprisals, but with the sheer amount of time that's spanning, I don't think we're going to be getting many of those, if any at all. I think it would be with what they did with the team with the Studio Wit version, is they went with a bunch of younger animators and directors, people in their 30s. I feel like they're going to choose to try to do that with voice actors as well.
Agreed.
Shit, but if you guys can't tell, if we could all yap about One Piece.
That's crazy. I would never guessed. I would never guess any of us.
For 18 years.
Our One Piece.
He would have gotten 21 of his friends to start One Piece.
Oh man. But Lucas, I think you're next with your top one.
So my number one is the first anime ever to hit for me on like an emotional level. It really caught how I was feeling at that time in my life to a T. Had like the perfect soundtrack, everything. It was short and sweet. The plot was concise and comedic, and it is a footy cootie FLCL. Yeah, it's my number one.
Hootie cootie.
I have not.
For number one.
Yeah, I've not watched the secondary seasons because I know there's like a bunch of them now. I think I watched a couple episodes of the second one. Yeah, I think I watched a couple episodes of the second one. It was pretty good, but then I just kind of fell off of it. But I'm kind of nervous because I don't want it to ruin my image of the original series, you know, because that's how much this show means to me.
Super fair.
Yeah, it was that first anime that, like I said, it hit just every box that you want an anime to hit for me.
Yeah, I mean, you can absolutely like still keep your feelings about the first series and go forward. And I've watched through progressive and alternative, and in my opinion, the second part, a lot of the highs hit similarly to the first. It's like you can tell it's like very they take influence and inspiration and they do well with it to build up, and like it's just focusing on a different emotional, like a different part of the emotional spectrum, as opposed to like that pining and longing sense that you get in the first one. It's something else entirely more familial, and I think that progressive, which I'm pretty sure is the second one, I think it did phenomenal.
Oh yeah.
In comparison to the OG, I think that the third one was a little more out there and was a little. I'm pretty sure it's alternative. I might have them mixed up, but it was still pretty enjoyable, still really good, and it didn't take anything away from my memories of the first series.
Yeah.
As somebody who had like the manga and who like watched it like and everything, like I was a big fan as well. It is extremely like that kind of coming of age story.
Exactly.
When you're so young and like when you're still so new to anime and manga in general, it's definitely a big name in the industry for a reason. I think that the second and third one were great. I still need to check out the other two though.
Yeah, I really want to sit down and watch them. I mean, it's only like 3 hours of content to watch, so it's just carving out a little bit of time and checking them out. I don't have much more to say on that series, but I do want to throw out I want to throw out at least 2 honorable mentions. The first one being Kanjiki no Gash. I don't like the anime as much as I like the manga. That's Zatch Bell. For those of you who don't know, it's just phenomenal. It's the best power of friendship you'll ever see. I know a lot of people say, Black Clover is best.
Nah, Fairy Tail.
Fairy Tail, that's it. They say Fairy Tail is.
What do you mean, dude? No one dies because friends.
Oh yeah, Mel, don't get me started. I've listened to so much Pillows because of FLCL, and it broke my heart when they announced they were breaking up. That shit sucks. But I get it. They've been doing it for a long time. They need the rest. But yeah, Kanjiki no Gash is one of them. Second one, really, really, really basic. I want to shout out Dragon Ball because none of us have, and Dragon Ball deserves a shout out.
That's so valid, so freaking valid. I realize I forgot my my honorable mentions, but dude, fucking DB is just it's got to be mentioned, man. It's got to be mentioned in one of these conversations, dude. Exactly,
we got to mention the GOAT because and Sailor Moon are what put me on game. Like I said, everybody saw that shit in the 90s. It was so good.
I mean,
so crazy.
Just
the cousins in Sailor Moon.
Toriyama's work in general had put like all of our favorite mangaka on game, like for their like life goals and trajectory and everything. So like,
exactly
what Bleach did for current,
to a legend
did for that gen, you know, like
No, that's too off topic. I was gonna be that be right. Okay.
Dragon Ball Evolution though.
No, I was gonna say we were all on stream the day it was just a day or two after Toriyama passed. I remember that. We were all on stream yapping about Dragon Ball for like 3 hours.
Dude,
Dragon
I was
Ball's
on stream,
influential.
Yeah, I was actively on stream watching it or watching a show the moment it happened. And like I got the whole like thing on video. We swapped over to watch OG Dragon
remember
Ball.
that.
Like, we all talked about it. Dude, that was like actually I was on camera and like someone like dropped it in the chat, and then I looked at my phone, I had like 3 text messages, and then I Googled it, and I'm like, this is
Yeah.
this isn't real, dude. This isn't.
I think
No.
regardless of your opinions of Z or Super or like or Daima or anything like that, Dragon Ball has cemented its place in history as one of the greats, for sure. And it's for one of the most honorable mentions you can give out, I feel like.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Mm-hmm. Vex, I believe that's you're up to bat for your number one.
Hell yeah. All right, my number one has been more or less unchanged for decades. No, not multiple decades, but almost a decade straight.
At least one.
Since before I was like really, really big into anime, it was one of the first titles that I was introduced to by one of my brother and his friend. You know, like you got the classic older brother putting you on game. So like that's like, I don't know, like it's Steins Gate
event. Ooh.
Steins Gate in tandem with Steins Gate 0, which came out much more recently. This was, I mean, it's insane to say how much this emotionally hit me in a time where I was like so repressed. Like this was such a long time ago. This was like right after high school, even during high school, I think, for part of it. And like I wasn't aware of who I was as an individual versus who I was trying to be and stuff like that. And like this anime forced me to put myself into like different ways of thinking and viewing and like caring about things that I didn't find in my real life. So again, this one's like therapy. This one is something that I've cherished for a very, very long time. I think Steins Gate 0 did a phenomenal job of building up off of conceptually what we get as almost a perfect ending at the end of Steins Gate, and showing us that there's so much more to this type of story than just that. And I think that the emotional connections that I made to so many of these individual characters, like no one feels like a side character because of the adaptation of what it was. There's all these different endings where you can choose to spend time with this character, spend time with this character in the visual novel and stuff like that. And so like them including each of those and giving them the narrative weight that they each deserve twice over, because like Steins Gate 0 is its own thing that like I feel like only builds up off of what was already nearly a perfect experience for me. I think it's the best representation of time travel in all of fiction.
Nice.
And that's coming from a Doctor Who fan. And so like it's done so many things so wonderfully. And it's lasted, no pun intended, it's lasted the test of time. For me, it's one of my most cherished things about anime as a medium. You know what I mean? It's just it's really, really, really good. And quality wise, I think that it's up there. Emotional connection, I think there's maybe stories that at this point I've connected to more, but it's because I've grown as a person. That doesn't mean to put anything, I still think that this is exactly. And like the fact that this got through to me when I was in a much more harder to reach state emotionally says something. And I always love talking to other people who are fans and who get it and seeing what they took away from the series, because my experience with it is not, I don't think, the typical experience that people have with Steins Gate, but seeing that there are so many other people that can share their experiences and their takeaways from this intellectual property. And there's people who are all, like, whether you got in through Dragon Ball or Naruto or Death Note or Attack on Titan and like, or Solo Leveling, if we're getting like really recent, like there's all these different generations of anime who have viewed the medium through their different like on points and experiences and whatnot. No matter who you are, no matter what genre you're a fan of, I think that you will enjoy Steins Gate if you lock in and pay attention to it, because it's not something you can just kind of like pay half attention to. The more attention you pay to it, the more it rewards you in such a more succinct way than a series like One Piece or Doctor Who can. And I think that that's really hard to do.
Dude, valid. I've never actually seen Steins Gate, but that is enough for me to be incredibly interested, man. The way you talk about it, that's huge.
Yeah, I cannot speak enough about it. I've recently gotten several of my buddies into it, and it's crept into some of their top 10s, and we've had like a good cry on call together, and just like it's a really emotionally
I'm all blurry.
stimulating journey, and I think that as a complete story goes, like it's one of the most thrilling and like psychologically and emotionally that I've ever experienced, and it just keeps getting better. I've watched through it like at least a dozen times now. I have not watched through Steins Gate 0 as many times because one, it's newer, and two, it hurts, but but in a good way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, super valid. Well, Cody?
Did you want to give out your honorable mentions?
I have a ton of honorable mentions. Some of them have already been listed, so I mean, I'll just shout out to Isekai, because I love me some Isekai, and I feel like there's been a lot of shonen representation in this list for obvious reasons. We did boys, but I think that Isekai gets shit on a lot, so I'll stand for it really quickly. I think two of the best examples, and they are in my top 10 but not in my top 5, are Re:Zero and Mushoku Tensei. And yes, Mushoku Tensei is a hard sell because of Rudius and some of his actions, but I think that those two shows as anime adaptations have done phenomenal things. They are peak of that genre, and I think some of the most peak in all of anime.
I'm gonna ride with you on Re:Zero. Definitely there.
I'm gonna ride with you on Mushoku Tensei.
And dude, I ain't dogging y'all for it. I just can't get through it. But valid, dude, super valid. And shout out the Isekai love, dude. Isekai is overhated.
Massively. I think it's easy to hate on the genre because there's so much slop, but
it's just cluttered.
The real
it's hard to get into
gems, yeah, the real shining gems, I think are some of the best that anime has ever accomplished. Like they're in my top 10. Yeah, like
my only ever 10 out of 10 is an Isekai.
Digimon.
Campfire cooking in another world. 10 out of 10, bro. It's a perfect
Let's
anime.
Let's go. Yeah.
Not because it's the best ever, but it stays in its lane so damn well and does what it's supposed to do so damn well. There's no critiques for it.
And my favorite reverse isekai is Pet Cemetery by Stephen King. I think it really captures the essence of the genre.
So, Jacoby, what are some of your honorable mentions to keep it on anime?
For reference, chat, Lucas has seen like 1.5 isekai ever. So don't take any hate he has for it. Don't take any hate he has for it.
And that's seriously. Not true. I tried Reincarnated as a Slime, Shield Hero.
You know, so you said tried.
Yeah.
You know, so you said
3-episode test, bro. 3-episode test.
That's what it's all about. My real quick honorable mention, really the only one I'd like feel like I guess two. Elfen Lied's an honorable mention. These are both like nostalgia pulls, just because again, like the time that I watched it, I watched all of that in one night. I had never seen something tell such a vibrant and harsh story in such like two distinct ways with like the mind split of the main character. Like it just blew me away. It changed me fundamentally. I can't defend it like that, but I love it. So, you know, I'll honorable mention that. And actually, what was my number one anime of all time before starting my One Piece journey, a classic story, and before just becoming like overly critical about anime, it was Naruto. Naruto was my number one for ages, and it stayed in my top 5 for a long time, but honestly, officially left my top 5 when I made this list. Simply for the fact of like, I know objectively, especially anime-wise, it's not the best. I will love it forever. It was there for me. It was there for me when I needed it. I literally got to grow up with Naruto. When he was a young teenager, I was a young teenager. When he was an older teenager, I was that same age. Now, as an adult, I'm disappointed, and so is he. Yo,
Cody!
Bro,
yeah, I know. Peak. I met Miley Flanagan. Yeah,
that's peak, dude. Oh my god, I'm so jealous of that dog. That's so awesome, dude. I gotta spread love to Naruto. The ending wasn't great. The side cast was misutilized. The war arc lasted way too damn long.
Shikamaru, best character.
Interesting play there.
Completely agree.
100%. Oh fuck yeah! That's why we best friends, baby.
But yeah, that being said, I gotta shout out Naruto. I gotta give it the love. It'll always be important to me.
Oh, Cody,
I'll rewatch it twice a year, every year. But yeah, I can't actually give it a legitimate top 5. It is in my top 10, but doesn't mean it's the best of all time.
Big fair.
Big fair.
Cody, hit us with that top 1, baby.
I'll do my honorable mentions first. My first honorable mention is Katekyo Hitman Reborn. Reborn was the very first long-running shonen that I watched that wasn't a part of the big 3. And I went in, honestly, like, it was just something to have on in the background. I was, like, gaming on one monitor and having anime on the other, because I was just like, I gotta consume as much as I can. And, like, for the first 15 episodes, I was like, this is garbage. I hate slice of life. I hate these gags. But they had just gotten to, like, their first fight, so I was like, keep letting it cook. And after episode 19, peak. Absolute peak shonen freaking battle manga. I don't know how they fucking did it, but from every single trope you need to hit with a tournament arc, with time travel, with a evil arch nemesis who magically becomes your best friend, it is literally peak fucking fiction, and I fucking love all of Reborn. It like, the manga is so better than the anime, and I know I say that a lot because I'm the manga guy now, but oh man, the sauce that author had with drawing each and every one of their characters' designs was absolutely peak. I freaking love Hitman Reborn. The only other shout out I have to give is, do I say? I like Toriko. I didn't like Toriko the anime because fuck Toei Animations. Why do you have to ruin everything I love? Why do you have to put in an entire character that is literally filler? Toriko the manga actually, like, freaking peak. If you love One Piece, if you love the wacky world building, if you love, like, big buff shonen men getting big and buffer to hit other big buff shonen men, it's peak. Oh yeah. So good. But to throw everyone in for a loop, my number 1 anime of all time is the anime that saved my life. The anime that, like, retrospectively looked back on my whole entire life in an entirely new light and way was Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Dude.
Congratulations.
Dude, it's not even, it's, yeah. I almost killed myself. And, yeah, it was, if I did not watch Neon Genesis that day, I don't think I would be here. I watched the entire thing in a one sitting, and I continued to rewatch it 4 times in a row with the end of Evangelion over and over and over again.
So real.
And then finally watching the rebuilds and, like, watching
the rebuilds are so sick.
Oh my gosh, it's almost like Dark Souls in a way that, like, Shinji has perpetuated the cycle of hate for himself, where Hideheki has perpetuated the cycle of not loving what he's created and what is done to himself, thus coming to love himself and the works that he's created and everything else that has come afterwards. Neon Genesis literally saved my life. And, like, yeah, Shinji's an awful person, but Shinji comes to not be an awful person. And Hideheki Anno had created some, like, messed up
a person
themes.
who's growing.
Yeah, he's a person that's growing.
Literally
Character development.
Yeah.
I could literally cry, but, like, the themes that are portrayed in Evangelion made me feel more seen than in a time where I felt like my voice meant nothing. And it was just to feel something so empowering to myself and see this author be able to portray these emotions with these characters so perfectly. It just spoke to me in a way that, like, I never felt that way in an anime before. And
real, bro.
I love
real.
it. So yeah, that's my number 1 anime. And, like, for what it opened up for anime afterwards, like, if you love Studio Trigger, which I know some people have Cyberpunk or other anime, you know, shout out Evangelion, you know, shout out Studio Gainax, shout out for Gurren Lagann and all these other wonderful anime. Without Evangelion, we would not have the anime original works that we have today, like, the way that they are. And I will always appreciate it for the doors that it's open, the doors that it's kept open in my life, and just for being just so iconic and popular and being able to be a mainstay even decades after its release.
Yeah.
Decades.
Decades. Dude, hell yeah, man. So much love to everything you just said, dude. That was beautiful. Yeah, dude. Yes.
Yeah, perfect way to wrap up the top 5s. Like, perfect way, brother.
Great way to do it. Yeah.
Hell yeah. And
Those are some
then
good top fives, boys.
I agree. I think we hit a lot of the the goats. Like Chad, tell us your top 5. You know, like what's your top 1? If you're watching this in the future, leave us a comment, let us know as well.
Absolutely.
But I think that's the best way to get to know us, as in like the first episode, right? And then I think a good way to segue into the next episode is like us facilitating our own 3-episode tests of some of the goated series we talked about, some of these currently running or soon to be airing, or some of these greatest of all time anime that we just talked about. So to decide who will assign homework to the rest of us, and we will give this anime a 3-episode test. We got a little game planned for you guys, and we can go through it pretty quickly, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Let's go,
boys,
baby.
The 3 of you on camera here, I'm going to need you each to, before I explain, go into your DMs with me. Lucas, you might need to do this on your phone, but just send me a number from 1 to 100.
Oh, man, I don't know where I put my phone.
Do you want me to call it?
1 second.
But
1 through 10.
Yeah, a number 1 through 100. Nothing super fancy or anything like that, but just really quickly do that, and then put your hands up where me and chat can see them. This is gonna be how the game will be played. We're gonna need to make sure that we see your hands, so that I can guarantee that you're not looking up the answers, because what we're gonna be doing here is, I'll explain as soon as Lucas is back.
Dude, how am I supposed to keep spooning with my hands up?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
You don't have to have them. You could put your elbows on your table so that you don't get tired. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, but like, I want to make sure
elbows only do what my hands do. You know.
I just don't want you guys.
My weenus isn't really doing it for me. Weenus is the skin on your elbow, in case you didn't know.
This is gonna be a guessing game, and I don't want you guys to just be able to just Google the answers. You know what I mean? So like, chat, help me keep these boys honest. But we are gonna be doing a bit of a guessing game. I have no idea where Lucas is right now.
Lucas,
I'm gonna call
come on,
him.
we were doing so good.
Mel goes, "This is anti-gooner discrimination, dude. We're not about
This
that.
is anti. Thank you, Mel. I feel seen.
Yeah. I really thought we weren't about that.
We're gonna do a
chose
quick
the wrong
pants check. Chat, we're gonna do a quick pants check with these boys. Like,
whoa. I'm only cool from the waist up. What do you mean?
He said, "Whoa,
whoa."
Guys, I'm gonna call Lucas so I can help him get his phone
this-
faster." Like, hold on. Okay, where's your phone?
I got it. I sent you a message.
Oh shit, dude.
Okay,
We're up.
perfect.
He's back.
So the 3 of you have now done it. So put your hands up. Let's make sure you guys aren't cheating. Chat, call them out if their hands go in. It looks like they're googling something. But we're gonna be doing a guessing game rating some of the top 100 rated anime of all time according to myanimelist.com.
Ooh.
And so what we're going to be doing here is I'm going to name an anime that is for sure on that list, and you are each going to send me your guess for what number it is ranked, 1 through 100. So if you think it's like the number 69th ranked anime, nice, then that's all you send me, and then you put your hands back up. And so the way that your points will be gifted is the closer you are, the less points you get. Like, it's going to be the difference of what your guess is versus the points. You want as little points as possible. And after each of these rounds, whoever has the lowest score wins and will assign us homework.
Let's go.
So it's like golf. If you get a dead on guess, you get 0 points. That's a good thing. That's what you want to do. Okay.
Why are you hitting the stanky leg right now?
So our first anime that we will be guessing, and these are all for sure within the. You good?
Yeah.
These are all for sure within the top 100. So keep your guesses in that ballpark, right? We're going to be guessing, what rank do you think One Piece is on the top rated anime of all time on myanimelist.com?
This game is going to piss me off. I already know.
It's going to be pretty funny. But just
So I
send me
DM you
a
the
number. Just DM me a number, and then when everyone has DM'd me their answers, I will
I
then
didn't DM it.
reveal. Just DM it to me real quick. Okay. So we have 3 guesses. I'll read off the guesses to the chat right now. We have Straw Hat Lucas came in first and guessed 3. You think it's number 3 out of 100?
People aren't cultured, Lucas. Come on, bro. That's insane. You can't have faith in humanity like that.
Okay, that is, I think, the highest rated guess that we have gotten of these 3. Cody had guessed it is number 5 out of 100. So let me do some math really quickly. Okay, and then Jacoby has guessed that One Piece would be 21.
Not because I think it deserves to be there.
No, I get you. I totally understand. My anime list is anime list is voted by the fans. We talked about earlier how people can review bomb, people can create alts and things like that. Where One Piece lies, the anime One Piece. Keep in mind, my anime list typically divides things up by seasons. So like
oh right.
Solo Leveling season 1 versus Solo Leveling season 2 would be 2 different entrants. One Piece is one gigantic entry, and One Piece lands at number 51.
Oh my god!
I was the closest. Bam, baby!
Were by far the
closest. Fucking closest, y'all. Woo!
The 51? Difference. 51.
Jesus Christ! So what is wrong with people? What is wrong with people?
51 minus 5 is what Cody will get. Cody gets 46 points for this round. Lucas gets 48 points for this round.
I'm winning.
Jacoby gets 30 points for this round. And remember, we want a low score here, chat. All right. Next up, this is
I'm using basic strategy.
Keep your hands up. Remember, we don't want anyone looking anything up. There you go. So the next one is one that I myself have not seen, but I've heard wonderful things. And this is one that I know Lucas is a big fan of the manga, and Cody has recently watched through the full anime. Where is Monster? Top-rated anime of all time.
I don't want to answer this.
DM me, please.
This is dumb.
This is dumb. You're making me put down something that I love. Something that I love, Vex. Johan is the perfect villain. You are.
Do anything.
Okay. I'm gonna throw my hat, mister.
All 3 answers have been submitted. Straw Hat Lucas once again with the trigger finger coming in first and guessing number 60.
Sniper.
Let me do some math really quickly. Okay. I'm so bad at math. Hold on.
Don't worry, too, bro. Mel, we need to see your hands.
Yeah, we need to see all hands. Next up was Cody coming in with his guess of number 47. Okay, and then we have Jacoby with his guess of 80.
Oh my god!
Well,
I don't know. I have no idea. After 51 for One Piece, God knows.
I am here to inform you all that the correct answer is it is ranked number 23.
Crazy.
So,
worth it. Some people are cultured. Okay.
So
I didn't get the worst amount of points though, Jake.
Jacoby is the furthest off from that one. So we have a bit of a back and forth. Still anybody's game is what I'm seeing here, chat. Let me just tally up some totals here. All right, next up. And remember, let's keep your hands where we can see them, boys. Next up is...
This is anti-tuning if I've ever seen it.
Code Geass, specifically season 1. Not the full series. Specifically season 1 of Code Geass. Where does it rank?
I'm going high. Ooh.
Cody.
Ooh.
I stand on that. Only seeing part 1 of Code Geass.
I didn't put it at 80 because I think it's bad. I didn't put it there because I think it's bad. First time, I never watched it, and secondly, I don't
and that's the
trust
thing.
people.
This game is to illustrate that my anime list is not a metric of what is actually good or bad. It's just about what the fans vote for. So don't feel like you're putting an IP down or up with your rankings of it. It's just like you're playing the community, like seeing where they read it, right? So Lucas has again got the first guess in, which is crazy, and he had guessed that it would be rank 13, which is I feel like that's crazy high actually. Give me just a second doing some math. Cody had then came in with a very on the nose guess of 100.
Oh my god. Barely made it.
Funny. That's so funny to me. Oh my god.
People wow, Sekai Sanemo.
And then Jacoby had came in and guessed that it was rank number 15 out
next
of
to me,
100.
baby.
I am here to tell you all that as of a few hours ago today, it is rank number 66 for specifically
I'm
season
closest. Again. Let's go.
1.
Crazy.
No, you aren't. Actually.
Gaslight, know me, baby.
You are not closest.
Right,
Cody is closest at 100, actually, which is really funny to me.
Yeah, Diabolical 100 was the hit there.
Right?
So, we still have yet to get a dead on guess. Chat, by the way, y'all can feel free to troll them. Y'all can feel free to give them the correct answer or tell them like 69 LOL or something like that. You can feel free to even speak amongst yourselves, my contestants, if you want to try to like just mess with the opponents. But this next one is a huge name in the industry. In fact, the title is Your Name. Where is your name in the top?
Yo, if y'all don't put this at 1, I don't think the anime doesn't fucking know like what's good. All right, Your Name has to be.
I gotta play it safe. I gotta fucking play it safe. It's not number 1. God. I know what number 1 is.
It's not Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Remember, it's Frieren right
Max, what are you doing to me, bro? I am sick putting this
it's
in.
Cholo
it's for the
leveling.
Love of the game. That's not number 1. That's
Cholo
not
leveling?
even, no. That's hilarious.
We're going. All right, sent.
Okay, chat. Cody came in standing on absolute business here with his guess of number 1. He typed it so fast, I think, before I even finished saying my sentence. And that's respectful. I get that. Lucas came in saying that it would be rank number 20, which is this guy cooking? Is he cooking? And Jacoby came in saying specifically rank number 32. It's much more specific than 1 or 20, I think. And Jacoby, you might be onto something because it is rank number 29.
Oh, we were both close,
very
bro.
Close.
Let's go. Dude,
you were like just 4 off, though, dude.
Truly one of the best.
I've never seen Your Name.
Damn.
Did you just say that you've never seen it?
Oh yeah. Hold on. Let me make sure
so
I'm in the
good.
camera. Hands up. I've never seen Your Name.
Guys, that's
Dude,
why I
it's
had
so
my
good,
hands
Cody.
up this long. I ended up sleeping
We
on
need
a
to hop in a
bench.
Discord call and watch it, Cody. I will make that happen.
Yeah,
Legitimately,
same.
we
I'm
really
down
do.
for that.
I
I'm
own
down
the
for
movie,
that.
dude. We could watch it at any time. There's peak.
I'm here
It's
for
peak.
it, boys.
I cry.
I'll kiss you
every
for it.
time.
Next up on our guessing game, we have this is one we were talking about earlier when you were shouting out Studio Trigger and doing your Evangelion stuff, Cody. Where is Tengen Toppan Gurren Lagann?
Ooh.
Y'all don't
Fuck.
vote 100 to trigger my best friend and lover in the world tree. You're wrong. All right. You gotta do it for the tree trigger. Tree
For
trigger.
the tree trigger is crazy.
I'm playing it safe.
I'm doing some math right now. How did I pick such weird
Whoa,
numbers?
whoa! Drug-free stream. Come on now, Vex. Come on.
Come on, bro.
No
Wild
math.
that you- So
I'm talking about arresting.
Cody came in with the first guess. saying number 14. That is a very, very high placement for Gurren Lagann.
Everyone
IRL
hypes that
valid
up.
for this, not a chance.
No, they overhype it. Come on now, it's always talked about on TikTok.
We love Gurren
let's see.
Lagann.
It's not overhyped. It's at least properly hyped. Gurren Lagann's so good.
I'm just doing some math.
Guys, I'm about to do a Kamehameha wave like I'm in Dragon Ball Evolution right now.
Lucas
First
came
off,
in with
it
the
would go
second
like
guess.
this. And then
Don't fucking do it accurately, or else I will be upset.
Lucas came in with the second guess, guessing 49. Very middle. Like, I feel like that's the safe play. That's the safe play though, because if you guess like number 2 and it's like number 90, you're getting like 80 something points. But if you guess
no
in
matter
the
what,
50s,
50's the cleanest guess.
it's
the cleanest
like
guess.
if you don't know, it's like the safe zone.
Bob
Right?
Barker told me one thing: it's to go right under.
Oh my god. And then we have last but maybe not least, let me do the math, is Jacoby guessing 48.
One number off, bro.
One number off, which is crazy.
Yeah, like that thing from Pan's Labyrinth.
Yep. Just
And we'll see if that 1 point matters.
over under, baby.
But
Exactly.
the correct answer is rank number 83. Gurren Lagann at 83. That is
That's what's up, baby.
next one, and this is one that I'm very excited to see what some of the guesses are. It's in my top 5.
You're in my top 5 always.
Where is
shit.
Hunter x Hunter in my anime list? Top rated anime of all time, 1 through 100, boys. Well, it looks like SSJ8 Cody with the first guess here, guessing 99.
He's throwing team.
That's
Chat, he's
crazy.
Chat, he is throwing right now. So
This is
hard.
what we call a classic Cody. No, I'm kidding. Next up, we have Straw Hat Lucas himself guessing 34. And then last, we have
Oh my God.
Jacoby DJ guessing 24. And I will say you were last, but you're certainly not least.
Cody.
Well, you were the least amount of points gained, but that's a good thing. The correct answer is number 8 out of 100.
Let's
it is
go.
top 10 according to my anime list top rating voters.
I just updated
was
Hunter x
top
Hunter
10.
yesterday.
It was
How did I
top
not
10.
notice this?
That's crazy. That's impressive.
Wonderful.
Chat,
Next
how?
This one's gonna be something that's a little bit more recent. It took the internet by storm, guys. Where is Dungeon Meshi?
Ooh, Dungeon.
Dungeon
Delicious in
Meshi.
Dungeon. Where is it ranked in the top 100 of all time?
I'm really impressed that Hunter x Hunter was that high up. That's
So am I.
actually-
That's
I am
awesome.
too.
That's fucking
Yeah,
good.
I feel like
dude.
it's
Fuck
because
yeah.
it's a series that isn't review bombed. It's not a series that's hated. It's either you watch it and you love it, or you just don't talk about it at all. I don't think there's like as much middle ground.
Damn, this is a crazy discrepancy in points. Okay, first we
let's
had Jacoby DJ came in extremely quick, and his guess was 76. I think
Coming
that's,
in
yeah,
quick,
it's
huh?
very recent. So you're like, how high up could it be, right? Like,
Exactly.
despite
I don't
all
like
of us
the way you're
knowing,
talking right now, Vex.
despite
Giving-
all of us knowing that Frieren is top 1 on my anime list, top rated right now. Next up we have Cody.
Vex just nicely said Jake was wrong. Like that was
Cody
so
had
bad.
guessed.
Throwing?
Cody
No,
had
I'm
guessed-
growing.
Cody had guessed 98. He's staying kind of in
What
that
the
wheelhouse.
fuck?
Which is
We're growing.
crazy. And Lucas came in and guessed 15, which is we have a very diverse array of guests guessing here. Whatever. The correct answer is number 100. This is the lowest rated. Cody setting a record. That is the closest guess we got. Jacoby was within 3 on, I think it was Gurren Lagann or Code Geass.
Cue the guts theme right
2.
now for me.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And yeah, Lucas got 85 points that round, which is not, we don't want these points, chat. That's crazy. Next up, we have something we were talking about earlier, another entry in one of our top 3s here. We have Bleach, specifically 1,000-Year Blood War Part 1.
Ooh.
Part 1 of 1,000-Year Blood War. Cody coming in quick.
I'm a manga guy. I have no horse in this race.
He's just throwing
I'm flying by the seat of my pants, like I'm Alexander Hamilton.
Lucas came in with a guess. Okay, I see you. Doing some quick maths. I'm typing in the wrong spot. Okay. And then we have Jacoby. So Cody came in and do they call me that? Cody had guessed 87 out of 100. Lucas had guessed 40 out of 100, and Jacoby had guessed 68 out of 100.
Domain expansion 40.
The correct ranking of Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War Arc Part
44.
1 is 12.
What?
Yep. That is in fact where it is.
Look at Cody's face.
Dude. I'm happy to fucking hear it. I'm happy to hear it.
Some of this you're really happy to hear, and then some of this you're like, what is y'all doing? Like,
what is you doing, baby girl?
Wild. Next one, and I only have a couple more left. This one is one of the GOATs. One of I'm surprised nobody honorable mentioned it. But I did talk about it earlier. Where is Death Note?
Fuck.
The anime Death Note.
We hate here. Hey yo, all my homies hate here. Thank you, Death Note, for giving me my love for Maximum the Hormone, because I listened to the self-titled album Boot Ikirutsu. I think it's like I listened to that album like unironically, and I think it's amazing.
Oh, same. Also, shout out Death Note for giving my love of goth girls and fishnets.
Yeah, same.
Oh my god.
Also crucial.
But like, it's never gonna happen. You're never gonna find a Misa. You're gonna have to like accept this reality, Jacoby.
Not true, dude.
Reality is cruel.
Listen.
Reality is a cruel one, Naruto.
Alvia Armstrong is what shaped my taste in women. From Full Metal Alchemist. And Alexander Armstrong as well.
I just want to wear twinks. All right.
So we had a few good guesses. I will say. A bit of a more even round guessing wise. Jacoby came in immediately guessing with 18 out of 100. Lucas had guessed 31 out of 100, and Cody had guessed 46. You guys were all on.
I'm the champion of the world, boys.
The top 50 side. Where Death Note resides, though, in the top 100 is actually 91.
Fuck!
Let's go. Fuck, that's actually base. That's so bait.
Fuck.
Yeah,
is it because of the feet washing scene? Is it because of the feet washing scene?
Listen, everyone knows the feet washing scene is symbolic of L literally being like, oh my god, I figured it out. Please don't kill me. Win. I can win, please. Like,
hold on. Y'all want to really upset some fans? We got to talk about a series like you were saying. Everyone knows, Cody. This is one that I think is iconic, more so than maybe anything else that I've listed.
Do I need to throw my chair like I'm SSJ8 Cody right now?
Where is Cowboy Bebop on the top 100?
I hate this fucking game, dude.
Anime.
Mom, I'm not having fun.
Neither am I.
Mom, please. Where are you?
I don't know how you're not. I gotta go take a piss, girl.
Sizzle it like bacon for me, daddy.
Where the hell is this
Wild.
supposed to be? Where the hell
I don't know. Dude, I don't know.
I really don't.
We're
having a
We're
blast.
4 hours
Chat.
deep, brother. I'm lost. Like, no.
Yeah.
Chat, tell me how much you're loving this game.
I just don't know anymore.
I'm loving it right now. Okay, we have guesses from each of our contestants. I'm just doing some quick math really quickly. We have somebody who is actually very close, I will say.
Is it me? Please be fucking me.
Hold on. I hit a wrong number. Okay, you have 2 people who are very close. I'll restate that statement.
Named Jake.
That is true, actually. Jacoby had guessed 39, Lucas had guessed 55, and Cody had guessed
55?
3. The correct answer is number 46, which almost perfectly slices in between Jacoby and Lucas's guess.
Crazy.
Yeah, I think Jacoby's just a little closer.
It's crazy.
This sucks. Oh my god. I have 5 more here for you, unless you guys want to call it now. That I think
Let's do one more. Let's do one more. One more. And we'll call it good.
All right. One more. I have the perfect one then. We're gonna go with Gintama.
Oh.
Fuck,
So,
dude.
Notably,
I already knew.
Gintama is cut into several different segments. So this is referring to Gintama, the first part.
Oh, I fucked up, chat.
I did too, probably.
That's so funny.
I went real high, dude.
Yeah, I don't think you went higher than me.
For the first, shit. 1 second.
Jacoby, channel your inner weeb. Believe in yourself.
I'm just
Remember watching Big O just to get through it and get to a standalone complex.
Cody and Lucas talking about different definitions of the word high is really funny to me.
Yeah. They both said hi, and I have no idea what that means.
It's so funny.
Nani daisuki chokomito.
Okay, so Cody had guessed number 1. Right out the gate, number 1, knowing that Frieren is number 1.
Frieren is number 1, yeah.
But Lucas had guessed number 70, which is that's a guess.
What do you mean that's high? You don't know what it means.
That's so funny.
It's a high number in the list.
Near the middle of what these two had, near the middle, Jacoby had guessed number 46. And this one's a bit of a trick question, but I'll go with specifically, like I said, if I were to specify, there's actually a crazy thing here because there are 9 different entries of Gintama in the top 100. 9. Like almost a 10th of the list is just Gintama seasons.
Crazy.
Which is insane. And it's even more insane when you understand that all 9 of them exist within the top 33 entries.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude, I'm fucked.
For Gintama season 1 is ranked 17 out of 100.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Cody is the closest there.
All just got him close. That's nuts. That is nuts.
Never lose faith, y'all.
I need to add up some totals here. So y'all
Such
vibe with the chat
day.
really quick and tell them how you think you did.
Yo, what's up, chat? I'm sorry I lost the game. We're never playing this again, and I just want you to know that I will never lose again because we're playing this game ever.
I also lost the game.
I'll never lose again. I'll stand as a hero. Do you want to try with that?
Oh, jeez. Wait, I don't think I'm ready for this. Well, young Morty, you have to eat that. Oh, jeez. Oh,
Cody.
I don't think I can do this.
Guys,
What?
for real, is Gintama actually that good? I hear
Me and Vex gave it the 3-up test, and we laughed a few times, like quite a few times.
I liked it.
It was good.
Yeah,
Listen,
I haven't gotten back to it.
All right.
Nuxtaku ranked pretty high.
Oh my
It's gonna
god.
be pretty good.
Nuxtaku. You know what I think?
Hey guys, it's time for me to rank my number 1 anime of all time, Gintama. It's right up there with Alchemist, Brotherhood, and I really like it because it's like it's such a great slice of life / comedy anime. Like, it's one of the best things I've ever watched.
Why are y'all letting him do this? I think now would be a good time to promo while I do some math. Really quick.
Yes, come back tomorrow. Myself, Chestnut, Tanuki, and Reviews with Bro are going to be tier listing Steven Universe songs from the initial series run. It's going to be a great time.
Banger.
It's going to be a great time. Cody, just because you don't like the series. He said, bleh.
I only don't like it because my ex is an awful person and she loved it. So I just
really
can't
be like that.
Thank you for validating me. The first one of my friends to say valid.
I think that's
valid.
Dude. So valid.
Make sure you guys check out my YouTube channel, SSJA Cody. Vex had already mentioned that we dropped a 5-hour series review for Fire Force. We tackle the fan service within the first 3 minutes. It's one of my favorite videos I've ever done on the channel, period. I talk about a lot of different anime and shit I like. So if you think I have pretty base takes, longer form content on there. I also have a TikTok where I kind of just take my phone in my hand and I go, what am I thinking about this current moment? And it just kind of happens.
I enjoy your musings on TikTok.
It just,
I do too.
It was pretty consistent with One Piece reviews, and then I just the fall off is astronomical. I literally was just like, I do not give a fuck about this platform. It's leaving in a week. I was like, it's gone.
But not this week, next week.
Yeah, or you know what? We're actually going to extend it for another month, and then we'll figure it out then.
Well, we have 3 months. We keep giving it the 3-month test.
You know what? Trump's in office another couple years. We'll keep it for the next until his presidency's over. It's the next problem.
Then we'll probably drop it because who cares at that point?
We need to give Mark Zuckerberg more money.
More money, get him to the moon, to Mars. No, let's not go down that avenue. Let's not. I'm gonna put a stop to that right now.
All right, Vex,
ready?
I am triple checking really quick, so I do not spread misinformation. But I do have the
Jacoby, where can we find more of your content?
So guys, you can find me on YouTube, of course. I make a lot of One Piece content over there, obviously. Current chapter reviews, all that. Me and the homie Mel, aka Laid Back Devil, in the chat just put out a 1.5 hour long Blackbeard theory, telling you exactly how the heck Blackbeard does everything that he does and how that changes the rest of the story and where we go from there. So go check that out. If you like general anime content, check me out on TikTok and YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels. I yap about anime every single day. So, and I got a Discord. The homies are cool. Check it out.
Link in the description.
Link in bio.
Link in bio.
Buy that merch.
We've got
Buy that
Cody.
Merch.
We got Cody plugged. We got Jacoby plugged. You're obviously on Lucas's channel, and if you want to hear me yap about One Piece, if you want to hear me yap about One Piece, you can catch me over on the Eternal Dawn. I'm the head cook over there, and then I've also been on Lucas's channel several times, on Cody's channel several times, and I'm vibing in several of the Discords in the community. And you can catch me here on the 3-episode test. But
I'm gonna make Vex read all of Kagurabachi with me.
Enough time has passed.
Enough time has passed. Yeah.
Enough time has passed.
So I have the totals, and we will crown the victor for episode 1, and they will assign us our homework. We have to then give it a 3-episode test, and coming in at 3rd place with, it's actually very close between 3rd and 2nd, I will say, is SSJ8 Cody with 462 points. Which then we have very, very, very close to him actually is Straw Hat Lucas with 450 points, which means that Jacoby DJ with 381 points.
What a discrepancy.
I gave the best answers. Okay. Facts.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
So Jacoby, congratulations for being crowned the champion for the first episode, the first game. The funnest game we'll probably ever play. This was such a blast.
It was fun, but oh my god, it hurt me.
We are never playing this again. Don't ever call this fun.
Hey, Chad, if you guys want to see us do most popular next, that's a different category. Instead of top rated, we could do that. But
listen, I don't want to talk about Boku no Pico.
Wild. What is the series you're going to be assigning to us for us to give a 3-episode test to for next episode?
All right, my homework is a deep rare pull for anime. It's a OG like 2000s anime, actually on the mech genre, like mech Wild Wild West vibes, but it's an anime called Gun X Sword. 24 episodes total. I believe as of right now it's on Hulu, but of course we have a bunch of websites. If you guys need me to help run a 3-ep test with you guys, I can make that happen too. But Gun X Sword, dude, it takes all the fun vibes that you like from a mech anime without it being too over the top, because like everybody doesn't have a mech like a lot of like those animes tend to do. But it's very Western style. Like basically this dude's wife was killed by this evil guy, and he goes on a revenge path to take down the evil guy. Picks up some really awesome fun side characters along the way. Very Quentin Tarantino coded. Really solid animation.
A lot of feet.
Fantastic score. Fantastic score. You know, like especially now that Cody told me about like an Evangelion so much, I'm curious to see what you guys think about it. So yeah,
it sounds exciting, man.
3-ep test.
From the description
We'll be
it makes me think of like Trigun and Cowboy Bebop,
dude,
that era of anime.
It pulls
If
from all-
Evangelion is a mecha anime, so is Attack on Titan.
Damn right it is,
Wild.
dude. I stand on that business.
Well, we'll be talking a lot more about that, as well as some of our favorite new entrants, because there's gonna be so many. There's gonna be, check this, about 3 more episodes of a lot of these new anime starting this season. So
Damn right.
yeah, we'll be able to give those the 3-ep test as well. We hope that you guys give us the 3-episode test.
Seven's chat. 7.
This has been a lot of fun, y'all.
It's been so much fun, guys.
With that,
How do we
as
sign
Vex
off?
said, I was gonna try to do a call sign, but we haven't thought of anything. So, Snoochie Boochies, motherfucking all of that.
You are not doing that. Oh my gosh, we are gonna have to take turns. That's
Which is already
Lucas's.
ended.
Whenever Lucas signs us off, he has to say that every time. I'm
No,
not
like,
having
fucking
that.
dope. Banana Pants
God.
Jones.
I can't right now.
Yeah, like Vex said, give us the 3-episode test. Bye. Oh man,
Seven's chat.
Sevens in chat.
Seven in the chat.
Snoochie Boochies.
So that went double time, but I'm not mad.